everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Penny wanted to help me kick this one off. We've had to check her sanity a couple times this week because, man, whew, it is rough. And I've had to watch this a couple times and it is painful. But while we're waiting for everyone to file in, you good? Sit pretty. See, we're not crazy. No, we're not crazy. They're crazy. We're not crazy, right? Oh, a little bit crazy? Yeah, well, don't tell anybody. Let's watch the preview for just a minute till everybody else gets here. Wednesday is approaching and love is in the air. But I want you to remember that what was once a happy marriage can sometimes go astray and turn into what should be a Lifetime movie special.
They're both completely brainwashed. The mom makes me out to be the devil, and on top of the COVID thing, Daddy don't wear a mask, Daddy don't follow the rules, this type of thing. Why are you showing a picture of me to the camera? Anyways, this is just her way of manipulating the court and trying to take my rights away.
The fighting resembles that of children not getting their way, escalating each time that they are told no.
Please, I beg you, please listen to me, please. I have things that need to be said. I'm not being listened to. Please listen to me. Please listen to my kids.
Ma'am, I've listened to you ad nauseum for more hearings than I care to hear about again. I'm removing you from the courtroom.
Will not get in the car.
The rules are explained to them in the simplest of forms in hopes that they will understand and follow them.
Let's be clear on the ground rules. I know from past hearings with the two of you that you both have trouble waiting your turn to speak.
They refuse to listen and continue fighting like children despite the judge's admonishments, leaving him unsure what to do to continue.
That's how we do things in court. We don't go back and forth and back and forth.
Okay, Your Honor,
Right.
How am I supposed to keep up with 10,000 lies from 3-4 different people? I can't write down 50,000 things that are wrong, and then when it's my turn to talk, I'm like trying to put together a couple of sentences that are wrong. It's like it's unbelievable. Someone's going to talk.
Mr. Cook.
Once again, I can't talk. Okay.
Mr. Cook, that's how we do things in court. You never want to do things the correct way.
And what you have left is a court case so full of drama and fighting that it could have been a Lifetime movie special. We here at Crime and Crafts care about your well-being, so we'll be airing this case and the multiple hearings tomorrow as a marathon of what should have been a Lifetime movie special. Yeah, it should have been something. It's literally, somebody sent me the clip. It was Ingrid. So I want to say a huge thank you to Ingrid. I watched the first clip and I thought, wow, this is one of the craziest cases I ever saw. And then thank you, Tony. See, that's my first super chat. Wow, I feel special. Sorry, moment. Then I looked at the judge's channel and I found 4 more hearings and they get worse and worse. Dad has a complete meltdown in one. I mean, start to finish, it's almost nonstop drama. And I just want to let you know, there is one section where one of the children is testifying. We do hear her voice, but I'm blocking out her face. But even her testimony, Dad's having a fit. So while you're watching this, make sure you're not just watching the person who's talking. Keep an eye on the other parent as well, because they are always animated and having reactions to what the other one is saying. And the judge and his mute button, he loves his mute button. It's great. So this is hearing 1, and here we go.
some feedback from somebody. To get rid of the feedback, I don't know who's at that number. Let me try to unmute it and see if we can find out if the feedback is gone.
I disconnected from the phone. I connected with both Zoom and the phone because I was afraid I wouldn't get through. My internet's not
All
really
right,
good.
we solved the problem then, thank you. Okay. Spar versus Cook. We've got some parenting time complaints, I'm assuming by Mr. Cook.
Correct.
The first one is for the weekend of 8/7 to 8/9. The second one, the weekend from 8/21 to 8/23. The third from 9/4 until 9/6. And then there's an attachment. Give me a moment to read that.
I apologize. I thought I got all the dead air out, but I just wanted to say thank you guys so much while he's reading. He reads kind of slow. There may be some more dead air that I missed with, I think the total that I downloaded was about 12 hours and it edited down to just over 5, but there was so much in there.
Okay, and Mr. Schmidt,
Thank
you
you.
represent Ms. Spar?
No.
Okay, I can't. It says Tom Schmidt for Jennifer Spar. That usually tells me that it's an attorney relationship. You're not an attorney?
No.
What do you have to do with this case? You just muted your microphone.
He was just
I can't
here
hear
for
you.
he was just here for support for me, Your Honor.
All right. Oh, ma'am, do you acknowledge that you've been withholding the children from Mr. Cook?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Your Honor, to stay on task, I wrote down what I would like to say to you, and I will try to do it as quickly as possible. So I'll start out with.
I want a short answer first.
Okay.
Why have you been withholding?
Okay. Can I read to you what I've wrote down? Because I'll be able to stay on task. Okay.
Maybe. I want a short answer first.
Okay. The short answer is that we're in the middle of a pandemic. I am concerned about my children's safety. I've done everything that the CDC has required of me to take care of my children. The main concern is my children's endangerment. The main concern is that we've never really gotten to what I keep coming to court for, and that is the real problem has never been addressed. I want the court to know, first and foremost, that Carl is a violent person and that my children are horribly scared of them. I'll stop there and then I'll continue. I have much more to say about that. I'll continue with the coronavirus. I've done everything that the
I-
CDC has
ma'am.
told me to do.
All right,
And Carl
ma'am,
has not.
I've heard it. I've heard enough, ma'am. I expect the parenting time to begin immediately. I expect from the time that Mr. Cook began insisting on his parenting time, which was when, sir? There was a period of time where you say you acknowledge that you tried to honor her.
I let her have them for over 6 months.
Yeah, and you finally said enough is enough. I want my parenting time.
Your Honor,
From the time you said enough is enough, approximately when was that?
That
These-
was,
The time frames that are in here?
yeah, basically, and there's a fourth one as well. You must not got the fourth one. I just filed last week because you kept them last week as well.
All right, and remind me, what is the schedule supposed to be?
Every other weekend from 6 to 12, 6 o'clock Friday to 12 o'clock noon Sunday. Which is the 8 days that you have overhead right now.
All right,
Your
beginning
Honor,
this weekend, ma'am, I muted you for a reason. I don't want to hear any more. I've heard enough. Beginning this weekend and every weekend until all of the missed times since August 7th is made up.
Your Honor, I did not get a chance to explain to you the real reason.
I don't want to hear any more explanation, ma'am.
I've called the governor's office. They're doing an
If you speak again, ma'am, I'm just going to remove you from the courtroom. I expect this to be followed. So you missed 4 weekends since
I
you
can't
insisted
hear.
on your time?
Correct.
Four weekends shall be made up, so he gets to see the girls
Hear
every
anything.
weekend from now
I
until
can't
those are
hear
made up.
anything. Your Honor, please, I beg you, please listen to me, please. I have things that need to be said. I'm not being listened to. Please listen to me. Please listen to my
Ma'am,
kids.
I've listened to you ad nauseum for more hearings than I care to hear about again. I'm removing you from the
My children will
courtroom.
not get in the car. My children will.
Your Honor.
If she does not produce the children, I want you to file a motion for an order to show cause. It'll come right in front of me, and I'll deal with her then. For a reason,
I remembered the unmute button. For some reason, I have this fear of talking while I'm muted. I don't know where that comes from. Just want to say hey to Law Talk with Mike's in the house. I feel blessed. The master watching over me. I can't screw this one up. So that was hearing one. He kicked her out of the hearing. There was some talk back and forth between the dad. I'm not sure if you could tell. Thank you, Mike. Not sure if you could tell, but he was in the courtroom and dad wants mom to be held in contempt for not letting him have his required visitations. And the judge is kind of putting that off and giving her a chance. He wants her locked up in jail. And so he was kind of arguing with him, but the audio, I couldn't get it to where it was understandable. So this is hearing 2, which is a month later.
it's not letting you back in, but you can participate by phone. Ms. Spot is present by Zoom. I'm going to ask you, please, don't interrupt me, don't interrupt each other. I read Mr. Manzer's summary, and frankly, he describes what I often encounter when I have the two of you present in my courtroom, that you're both talking over each other and you're both talking over me. I don't want that to happen. So I did review Ms. Spar's submission as to what happened when at the recent visit. I'm going to go through that just so that it's on the record. Let me find it. And I'll give you a chance to respond to this, Mr. Cook.
All right.
So my purpose today is not to take testimony, but rather simply to address the issue and figure out where we're going to go from here. So,
Sorry, real quick. This hearing is on October 29th. He had a visit on October 25th, and that's what they're going to be discussing here. They're not super clear about it, but they're going to keep discussing October 25th for the remainder of the hearings. It's all going to be about whatever happened on October 25th. Just so you know, this is the first time they're talking about it, but they're going to keep talking about it, and it's all about this same event.
we're here on Ms. Spar's request to limit your parenting time to supervised parenting time. And here's what she described as the incident that occurred on Friday, September 25th. Carl and his mother Lois came to pick up Isabel and Chloe. Both girls were extremely scared and did not want to go with their father. I had to drag Chloe out of the house. Isabel put Chloe on her hip and promised she would be with her and not leave her side, and carried her to the car. Carl never said hello to either girl. As soon as they got in the car, Carl started screaming and cussing at both girls at the top of his lungs in front of his mother Lois. My mother and all my neighbors that were outside apparently witnessed all of this. This was before the car even left the curb. He had not seen Isabel in 5 months and had not been by to see Chloe in 2 months. Carl told Isabel she was going to be sent off for the weekend and that he was keeping Chloe by himself. Isabel spoke up and said she was not leaving her sister alone with him. Carl became extremely enraged. Carl's mother repeatedly told Carl to stop yelling. Carl balled his fist up and quickly threw it into the air towards the back seat. But stopped before he punched her. His mother Lois saw this happen. Isabel and Chloe were extremely scared. I have a video of what happened. When they arrived at Carl's house, he told Isabel, and I'm assuming this is hearsay, something Isabel repeated to Mom, that if she didn't leave, he was calling the police on her. Isabel said, "Call the police, but I'm not leaving my sister." Chloe was on Isabel's hip and hiding her face from Carl and crying. Carl said his house was not ready, that he had several things inside he needed to move and take care of. He told his mom to take them to her house. On his way to his mother's house, Carl called his mother and said, "Don't bring them back. I don't want to see their faces." So this is her description of what happened on September 25th. And like I said, I'm not taking testimony today. But I would like Mr. Cook to give you a chance to describe what happened on September 25th. And Ms. Spar, please do not interrupt him.
Okay, well, number one, about 90% of that is all lies to start off with. I didn't start yelling at the kids when I was in front of Jen's house before we left. I wasn't yelling. I did get in an argument with Isabel because she wasn't listening to what I was telling her to do. I told her she was going to stay at her grandmother's for the first night, and then in the morning I had a surprise for them, and then I told them that I was going to take them to Indiana Yogi Bear Campground, but Isabel wouldn't listen to me. She did say, I'm not leaving Chloe's side. I will not leave her side. They're both completely brainwashed. The mom makes me out to be the devil, and on top of the COVID thing, you know, Daddy don't wear a mask, Daddy don't follow the rules, this type of thing. So she's so freaked out about that. Look, she got a mask on now. No, okay. Anyways, long story short, I had an argument with Isabel, and she wouldn't listen. I told her she was going to stay home. Why are you showing a picture of me to the camera? Anyways, this is just her way of manipulating the court and trying to take my rights away. I told you how I was nice and understanding with her being so scared and paranoid of COVID. I didn't even argue. I just said, okay, I'm going to let you have the kids. There was no argument. 6 months went by. Then why is she showing pictures of me? Can you see that, Judge?
I can.
Okay, well, I don't know why she's doing that, but that shows she's stalking. That's my Facebook picture. She's stalking my page.
Those are pictures you sent to Isabel.
But anyways,
Don't interrupt.
Anyways, this is just her way of manipulating the system. She already has my kids now at 7+ months. I'm just a dad trying to see my kids, and she's making it out like, I don't know, like dad's the devil, and no matter what, you can't do nothing. You can't see my kids. I had to go up to a window for 6 months, a window on a porch. I mean, talk about feeling low, going to see your kid on your ex's porch, and I had to see her through a window. I couldn't hardly even have the window open to talk to my daughter. Yeah, my oldest daughter's so twisted that she doesn't even come to the window. She didn't come to the door one time, say hi, Daddy, I love you, nothing. I bought her a $50 gift certificate. That's so annoying. $50 gift certificate to a clothing store. She didn't one time say hi or say thank you, Daddy, nothing. Nothing. So she's got my oldest so twisted that she is completely against me. Now I let her have both kids for a while, you know, this 6-7 months. And now that time away from me, she has my other one so twisted that she's scared and doesn't want to come around. I mean, this is child manipulation. I mean, it's complete brainwash. This is at the point where I almost think there needs to be an investigation with her, because she is hurting my children. I can't see my children, and I haven't done nothing wrong, and they're like scared to death. I can see how they're Chloe's so scared of like COVID. She doesn't. Try and tell her that, you know, there's nothing to worry about. You're not going to get COVID. You're not going to get sick. And they're wearing the mask on the porch. Like, that's another thing. I don't get your order stated that I was not to get out of the car. I have not one time got out of the car since you stated that. It also states on that same order that that Jen is not to come out of the house. She has every single time come out of the house yelling, complaining, running her mouth. And I got it all on video.
So let me stop you. I anticipated you would have a completely different version of this event than Ms. Spar does, which is always the case when the two of you are in front of me. What intrigued me about this is we have a number of witnesses now to what did or didn't happen on September 25th. We have neighbors, we have your mother, we have Isabel, who I could hear from. I think Chloe's a little young. I wouldn't want to put her on the stand. I think I need to hear firsthand testimony as to what actually happened. So that's what I'm going to do. I want, if what she says happened is how you behaved, I have serious concerns about how that type of what impact that would have on your children. I'm not saying I believe her that it happened. I'm just saying that if it did happen the way she described it, it's extremely concerning to the court. If it didn't happen the way she described, her description of it as she has described it gives me grave concerns for why she's describing an incident in that way when it didn't happen that way.
Exactly.
The only way I'm going to get to the bottom of this is to schedule a time when I can hear testimony. I don't know what the problem is with your phone today. It may be that, I don't know. Do you have a good wireless signal, Mr. Cook?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do.
All right, so it should have been coming through. It looked like it started too earlier. When I do this hearing, I want to be able to see both of you in person, but I also want you on Zoom, because what I'm going to do is utilize the mute feature so that I can hear uninterrupted testimony. Mr. Cook, you've been very good today about not interrupting me. Ms. Spar, I can see it's been a real challenge for you to avoid that because you keep wanting to interrupt. But when I take testimony, I can't have you both talking at the same time. I can't have you behaving in the way that the referee described, which I'm not surprised because it's what I often see when you're in front of me. He said, both parties engaged in interrupting the speaker, in this case the referee, on numerous occasions. The hearing devolved into chronic and acute chaos, neither party showing any respect for the opposing party nor to the referee. Well, that probably describes many of the hearings in which I've had both of you present, and it just gets in the way. I want to be able to hear what really happened. I will make a decision based upon what happened. I've got several witnesses. I want them to be subpoenaed so that they will appear. They will appear by Zoom. That's the only way we do hearings. I'm going to find a date to do this just as soon as I possibly can, but I want to give you time to get subpoenas issued. In order to get a subpoena issued, what you do, there's a form that you can get. There's a legal help site. I think it's on a business card or something that you should have there, Peter. There should be a stack of them. I think it's called Michigan Legal Help. Do you see anything there?
I don't. Let me look.
Are they up on top, maybe?
Your Honor, if I may.
Just a second. I want to give you this information first.
Let me see if I move that into a journal.
Oh, you know what? I think there's some out on the podium, Peter. I think there might be under the first shelf on the podium. I think there's it's MichiganLegalHelp.com, something like that.
Yep.
Hey, bring me that, please. So folks, you might want to write this down. If you want to get a subpoena issued, you prepare it and you have to bring it to the court. I will sign it and then you're responsible for serving it. It's MichiganLegalHelp.org. And I think they'll have information there about how to get a subpoena. I think the clerk's office actually has some blank ones, but you've got to make an appointment to get in there.
Your Honor, I have just a couple questions, if I might.
Well, hold on a minute. Mr. Cook wanted to say something, so I'm going to give him the first chance. Go ahead, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Number one, I didn't in that story of hers, I didn't ball my fist up and swing into the back seat and act like I'm going to hit my girls. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I want to tell you who the information you're getting this from. She is a pathological liar.
Mr. Cook.
Okay, I just want to say this.
Let me stop you. I'm not hearing testimony today. I knew I would get two completely different versions of what happened. But what appeals to me here is that there are other witnesses. She says the neighbors heard
There
it.
are people
Well,
that-
then subpoena the neighbors and I can ask them. She said your mother was in the car for the whole thing. I want her
Yes, she
subpoenaed. I will hear from her. And then after I hear from everybody, I'll make a decision based upon who I believe is telling the truth.
Okay, one other thing, Your Honor. You realize you've given me 8 weeks in a row after 7 months and not seeing my kids, and now all of a sudden she has this crazy thing that, you're to dad, he's acts like he's going to hit the girls and all this. This is complete BS. I haven't seen my kids for 7 months, and this is her way of prolonging it. 8 months, 9 months, 10 months. I'm never going to see my kids.
Mr. Cook, I hear you loud and clear. That's why I want to get to the bottom of this once and for all.
Your Honor, can I
Thank
say
you, Your Honor.
too?
Hold on just a second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that everything that I put in this is 100% the truth. My children do not lie.
I hear you.
There's open
Ma'am,
services.
today's not the day for the
I know,
evidentiary
but
hearing.
I wanted to let you know.
I know your version of the events. Thank you. I
there's
now
an
have a little flavor of Mr. Cook's version of the events. I'm going to hear from witnesses and I will decide based upon that. I will give you, we'll find a date. We'll send it to both of you. We'll let you know when that is. Thank you. That concludes our.
Could I subpoena for services too, because they have an open case on it?
You can subpoena anyone you want, ma'am.
Okay.
Anybody you want me to hear from, okay? Same thing for you, Mr. Cook. All right, that's it for today, folks. You'll be getting something very soon. Have a good day.
Thank you.
First as a witness.
Phew! We made it through 2 hearings. That's impressive. Okay, first, the Karen haircut. Now, the haircut can be cute. There's nothing wrong with the haircut. The reason that stereotype came about is because Karens seem to all have that haircut, but not everybody with that haircut is a Karen. So they kind of give them a bad name, but that mom's kind of fitting it there. She's got it. Okay. And I have to know, does anybody else think that dad whines every time he talks? She said I put him in the back seat and I balled up my fist. And I'm like, just cut off your words. Just go. Like, dad does look jacked. Okay. While we're switching between the 2 videos, I want to try something real quick because I tried it before and it didn't work. But they say it'll work now, but I'm not sure. So, who is crazier, mom or dad? Type it in the chat and see if it recognizes it. Just type mom or dad in the chat. Who do you think is crazier? And it's supposed to recognize it and it's supposed to count it. Oh, it's working. All right. Takes a minute to catch up, but it is working. Hot damn. I did it. Everybody's mom? Nobody thinks dad's crazier? Wow. Okay. All right. Well, after 2 rounds, mom is in the lead. So, here comes the big one.
So we're here today for an evidentiary hearing on Mr. Cook's complaints that he's being denied parenting time. I know from prior hearings that he's not been getting his parenting time. And so what I mainly want to hear today are the reasons for why he's not getting his parenting time. Since Ms. Spar, you're the one that would have the burden of proof on those reasons, I will hear from you and your witnesses first. Let's be clear on the ground rules. I know from past hearings with the two of you that you both have trouble waiting your turn to speak. I want this to go forward in an orderly fashion. I don't handle interruptions well. And if you want me to hear all that you have to say, it's better for you to wait until it's your turn. If I reach the end of my endurance with shutting either one of you up when you shouldn't be talking, there's a decent chance I'll just throw you out of the hearing and we'll go on without you. So if you've got a piece of paper handy and a pen, what you might want to do is every time you hear something that you are going to want to address when it's your turn, just make a note of it. I promise you, as long as you follow the rules, I will give you both a chance to say whatever it is you want me to hear so that I've got the full picture before I make a decision. I plan to utilize the mute key if you're speaking out of turn. I hope that will help, but each of you should keep in mind that your goal today is that I grant you whatever relief it is that you're asking. And the best way for that to happen is if you're able to convince me through testimony of yourself and witnesses that that's what I should do. But if you're not going to follow the rules, there's a good chance I won't hear everything that you want to tell me. So with that, we'll start with Ms. Spar. Ms. Spar, who would you like to call first as a witness?
Well, I subpoenaed Carl's mother, but apparently she's not going to be testifying this morning. I don't know why, but I have my daughter Isabel, and she would also like to write down some things after her dad talks so that she can comment on them. And I would
well,
here's like to
here's
do that.
how that works. Here's how that would work. Since I'll be hearing from your witnesses first, and then from Mr. Cook and any witnesses that he might have, if you or any of your witnesses have testimony that you want to enter in rebuttal to anything that Mr. Cook's witnesses say, you'll get a chance. But again, we'll do that in order. So which witness would you like me to hear from first?
Isabel is right here. If she can tell you what's been going on and what happened today. Go ahead.
That's fine. Put her in front of the camera.
That's okay.
Isabel, I want to make sure you understand. I know you've made an oath to tell the truth, but I want to make sure you understand. It's very, very important that what I hear is the truth. I make decisions based on the testimony that I hear in the courtroom. And if testimony that I hear is untruthful, there's a risk that I might make the wrong decision. And I don't have a lie detector machine. I have to do my best job of judging credibility based upon how a witness presents himself or herself. But it's very, very important that you tell me only the truth today. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. So I know you live with your mother and that Mr. Cook is your father.
Mm-hmm.
And I also know that you have not been regularly going to parenting time with your father. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was the last time you went for a parenting time visit with your father?
The last time that I stayed the night was probably like 6 or 7 months ago, but the last time I went with him was September 25th.
Okay, you said 6 or 7 months ago, the last time you spent the night. Was that before COVID restrictions were in place or after COVID?
It was before COVID.
Okay. And I want to hear, and I know there was some things that happened, or at least it's been alleged that things happened at this last time that you saw your father. But I want to ask you first about this visit 6 or 7 months ago. Tell me how that went.
Well, we didn't actually see him. He had to work, and so we were at our cousin's house that weekend.
How did you get to your cousin's house?
He drove us there.
Your father drove you there?
Yes.
So he picked up you at your mother's house?
Yeah.
You and was your sister there as well?
Yes, she was.
And what's her name?
Chloe Rose Cook.
Chloe, okay. And how old is Chloe?
She will be 9 in June.
All right, so your father came and picked the two of you up and then drove you to your cousin's house?
Yeah.
And what's your cousin's name?
I have 3 cousins, Brock, Harper, and Callie.
All right, and I'm assuming there was an aunt or an uncle there too as well?
Yes, my aunt and my uncle.
Aunt and uncle, and which one of your aunt or uncle is your father's sibling?
Daniel, my uncle.
Okay, Uncle Daniel, okay. And you didn't see your father again until he took you back to your mother's house?
Yes.
Did anything unusual happen during that visit?
No, not really.
Did you enjoy the time at your Uncle Daniel's home?
It was okay. It wasn't horrible.
So, up until that last overnight visit, how often had you been seeing your father?
Every other weekend. Every other weekend for the last year. Up until the last year, I wasn't going.
Okay. Just generally, for that last year during which you spent the every other weekend, you and your sister Chloe would go together?
Yeah.
And are you able to say how many of those visits you actually stayed at your father's house or at your uncle's house?
Well, most of the time we were at his house. Sometimes we stayed at my grandma's house once or twice, and then I stayed at my my aunt and uncle's house. But most of the time we were at his house.
Tell me about the visits at your dad's house. How did those go generally?
They were always really stressful because wasn't like I wasn't very comfortable there.
What was it that made it stressful or uncomfortable?
He would always always try and start arguments, and if I didn't agree with him or if I didn't, do what he wanted me to do, he would just start screaming at me and yelling at me and telling me how much I was like my mom and that, how much he hates her. And so, I mean, it was never, he never enjoyed it.
All right, now tell me about this most recent time that you saw your dad. Tell me again when it was.
September 25th.
All right, so what happened on September 20th? Well, before we get into that, let me back up. So I understand that between the last overnight visit that you actually spent at your uncle's house and September 25th, you didn't have any visits with your dad, but you did see him occasionally?
Yes.
And how would you see him?
Usually when he would go to pick up Chloe.
He's talking from COVID till now.
Oh, Chloe.
No, hey. Miss Barr, you cannot talk to this witness while I'm talking to her. Do not do that again.
Sorry.
Okay, so let's back up again. So from the time you last spent an overnight with your dad and September 25th, were there times that Chloe went on visits by herself?
No.
All right, so help me understand, how was it Chloe was seeing your father during that time period?
Wait, hold on. Are you talking about seeing him through COVID? Because I think I misunderstood what you said. Chloe wasn't being picked up with him during COVID. He would just stop by the house.
That's what I'm trying to ask you about, but I was trying to avoid prompting you. I wanted it to be based on your memory, not mine, okay?
Okay.
So tell me again, from the time until you last spent an overnight, and that was also the last time Chloe spent an overnight, correct?
Correct.
Until September 25th, there were still times that Chloe saw her father, not spent time with him, but saw him. Is that right?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
He would come on the porch and he would talk to Chloe through the window.
How often did he come?
Sometimes he would come like twice a day, and then other times, we wouldn't see him for weeks.
How would you know that he was there?
He makes himself very known. He'll just come unannounced and start banging on the door and wanting Chloe to come to the window.
Knock on the door. That's what you do.
All right, Mr. Cook, I'm going to mute your microphone.
Oh.
So he would come to the door, he would bang on the door. Did you, on any of those times, ever go to the door and talk to him?
No.
Why not?
Me and my father had gotten into a fight, and then he invaded my privacy, and I was really upset for a while, and I didn't talk to him.
When did you and your father get in a fight?
I think it was in February, and I was on vacation with a family friend, and he had tried to call, and I hadn't seen that he had called, and for some reason my phone was answering for me, and so I was talking, and I went over to take my phone to go shower, and the phone was on, and it had been on for 5 minutes. And there was nobody. I wasn't talking to him. He was just listening to whatever conversation I was having. And I felt that was invading my privacy and shouldn't have happened.
Okay, have you ever heard a 15-year-old say, "Mom, you're invading my privacy"? Unless they're trying to be like formal about it. They usually say, "Get out of my business," or something more casual than that. I was in awe as I was watching this and heard her talk like that. It's regurgitation of things that were said to her, in my opinion. In my opinion, 15-year-olds do not use that kind of language. Sorry to interrupt. That really got me, the way that she's talking, and it happens throughout.
So this happened before or after your last overnight?
That was after.
Okay. So you were upset at him that he was listening to you. Did you make it known to him that you were upset with him?
I didn't even get the chance because after I had hung up, I got really nervous and I got scared. And so I called my mom and I was like, "Hey mom, dad was listening to my conversation and he texted me something and it was a really long, mean message about how, horrible my mom is and how I'm just like her and how, she's just this big liar and that he doesn't know why he expects anything else from me." And it really made me feel just so horrible, having my father say something like that to me and having it as like it was nothing to him and that I was nothing to him.
So after this incident where he had called your phone, you're saying he sent you a long text message relating the things that you just described to me?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go back to these screen door visits. So when he would come to the door, he wouldn't come inside the house?
No, but one time he did open the door.
And when your sister would go to the door to talk to him through the door, were you able to hear the conversation?
Yeah, because of him being outside, and you could usually hear him from outside, and inside the house wherever you were.
And how did those conversations go?
Most of the time, it was just them talking, and then other times it would be like him asking Chloe questions. One time he got there and he started, as soon as Chloe got to the window, was asking her all these questions, saying, "I hope your mom didn't be stupid and take you to Chicago," and like yelling at, intimidating Chloe. And Chloe was just like, me and my mom were sitting there and she's like, "I don't know what to do." And he's like yelling at her and saying that would be stupid of her to do that. And so whenever he would try and talk to Chloe, he would just try and like ask her questions about what we were doing, and that happens a lot.
Okay, let's skip forward then to September 25th. I want you to tell me from the start to the end of everything that happened that day around your dad's visit.
Okay, so when he had come to pick us up, I had gotten all my stuff ready and I had taken it out to the car. And my grandma was the one that was helping me put my stuff in the car. And she said, "Yeah, your dad wasn't expecting you." And I was confused because I was like, we've already told him that I was coming. He confirmed it. He said, "Okay," And when I walked out there, I looked at him and he just glanced at me, didn't even try and, he didn't say hi to me. He wasn't he was happy to see me. He was just angry at the most disgusting face that I've ever seen. I was really scared to get in the car because I didn't know what he was going to do, and he looked really angry. And so
So
Yeah.
let me stop you. Did he say something to make you understand why he was angry?
He didn't say anything like that to me. I he didn't say that, I did anything like that. He just looked really angry when I first got to the car. And so after I got Chloe buckled in her seat, I sat down and he said, "So you're not allowed to talk?" And I was like, I don't know, I'm fine. And he was like, "So how are you?" And I was like, "I'm okay." And he was like, "Well, that's good because you're not staying with me tonight. You're going to Grammy's house for the night." And I was like, "No, I'm not. I'm not leaving Chloe." And he was like, "Yes, you are. I'm the father. You're going to do what I say." And I kept yelling at him, saying, "I'm not going to leave her." And he started screaming at me and, getting really angry while he was screaming at me. His face got all red. And he kept telling me that I was going to go to my grandma's house and that I wasn't staying with them for the night. And I was like, I'm not going to leave my sister with you. And he looked so angry. I was like shaking. I was so scared. I didn't really know what to do. I just knew that I couldn't leave Chloe. And when Chloe said, when he said that, Chloe looked over at me with the most scared look I've ever seen on her face. She looked at me and she said, "Don't leave me with him. Don't let me go." And she held my hand the whole way in the car. And while I was yelling at him, he had like made a fist. He didn't swing at me, but I had looked down and seen his hand, and he moved his hand like he was going to, and I flinched like that. And then he stopped, and then his mom started yelling to him to stop yelling and to stop screaming because she couldn't take it.
So let me ask you, why was it that you were insisting on staying with Chloe?
Because there are numerous things that he's done that just put Chloe in danger, and he doesn't watch her. He's not safe with her, and she's so little. He doesn't watch her. I have to be there to make sure that she is safe, because every time I'm not there, something happens, and we're like, okay, the one time I'm not there, you leave her at a stranger's house with a whole bunch of people you don't know just because her aunt is there. Okay, that doesn't mean we did with them. I mean, in a pool that's too deep for them that she said she had a hard time swimming in, and that when she was there, a little boy pulled his pants down and showed all the girls his genitalia. But that was, nobody said anything about that.
Let me stop you. You're telling me things that Chloe has told you?
Yeah, Chloe's a very honest little girl. She would never have lied about something like that.
All right, but those aren't things that you actually saw yourself, right?
Not personally, no.
All right, well, let me ask you, has Chloe ever shown any fear of her father?
Yeah, yes, 100% she has.
When?
Like when we were in the car, she looked over at me and she said, "Don't leave me. Don't leave me with him." And
So on the 25th of September, she did that.
yes.
Before then, back when you were having visits, had Chloe shown any fear of her father?
Yeah, she's always been scared of him. Whenever I'm at his house, he'll start yelling at her and immediately go to me and she keeps telling me how scared she is, stay with me.
Okay, let's go back to the 25th now. So you're in the car, you're insisting on staying with Chloe. What happened next?
After we had gotten to his house, after yelling at me the whole way there and screaming at me, we had gotten to his house, and I went to go take my stuff out of the house, and he kept, screaming at me, saying that he didn't want to see me and that he was sick of seeing my face. And his mom got out of the car and was like, Carl, it's fine, just let her stay, let her stay. And he kept saying, no, I'm not going to let her stay. I can't stand to look at her any longer. And so it was, I had Chloe on my hip the whole time. So when I went to go put my stuff on the porch to go inside, he didn't let me inside. He said that he had to clean up the house and to get my room ready because there was stuff in it apparently. And so he said that we were going to be going to Grammy's for an hour and that we were going to come back to his house. But halfway to my grandma's house, he had called and said that he didn't want to see my face anymore and that he couldn't stand to look at me. And so I said to her, can you please just take us home? We called the police, and you can ask the cop if you don't believe me. We have multiple people that have seen it.
I just want to know what you saw. So let's back up a little. You ended up going to your grandma's house.
No, we didn't get there.
I misunderstood you then. I thought you were with your grandma and asked her to take you home. Is that not what you said?
No, we were with her, but we hadn't gotten to her house yet. But when I was there, he kept yelling at me in the face and saying that if I didn't leave with my grandmother, he was going to call the cops on me.
I see. So you left his house with Chloe and your grandma?
Yes.
And when you say your grandma, do you mean your dad's mother?
Yes.
Okay. So I think I've got the picture. After you arrived at his house, your grandmother and Chloe then were driving to her house and you asked her to take you home.
Yes, I asked her to take us home because he had called on the way to her house, and asked and said, I don't want to see her face anymore. I can't stand to look at it anymore. Just take her home. I don't want to see her. And so we drove back to his house to grab my stuff. And while we were driving back to his house, Chloe was just freaking out. She was so scared. And she said she was holding my hand so tight the whole way home. And when we got in there, I'd go to grab my stuff. And he was just, yelling at me the whole, saying stuff to me. And when I gotten in the car, he said, when I first heard that your sister was moving to Chicago, I couldn't believe it. She was moving to the most dangerous city in the world. And then he looked at me and said, but you know what? I don't care. Go to Chicago. And I was like, oh, so you're saying go to the most dangerous city in the world. You don't care. But
So let me stop you because you lost me. What sister is that was moving to Chicago?
She's my older sister.
I see. So I'm still a little confused. You stopped at your dad's house. He got out and stayed there. You left your things on the porch, and then you, Chloe, and your grandmother were on your way to her house when this phone call came through that you've already described. So you turned around and went back to your dad's house?
Yes.
So you could get your things?
Yeah.
All right, and then you spoke to your dad again when you got back to his house, is that right?
Yes.
All right, I want to make sure I've got this clear. And how did that conversation go?
Well, I grabbed my stuff and I started heading to the porch. I mean, to the car. And he had offered to take my stuff to the car. He kind of didn't offer, he just kind of took it from me and then took it to the car. And I was just like, oh, okay. And so I'm getting buckled up and, you know, he's still yelling at me, telling me stuff. And he looked over at me and said, I couldn't believe your sister was moved to the most dangerous city in the world. And then looking at me straight in the eye said, you know what, I don't care. Go to the most dangerous city in the world. Go to Chicago. I was like, oh, okay. And he, you know, went on to the other side of the car to, you know, hug Chloe. And, you know, he kept yelling at me in my face as he's, you know, on the other side of the car. And he asked me, he said, so just to be clear, why are we mad at Dad? And I was like, and why can't we leave Chloe with me? And I also have other stuff I'd like to tell you, but just to stick with the story, I said, well, number one, I don't know what you'll do because of other times that Chloe's been with you by herself. You haven't, you know, watched her or anything. You've put her in danger. And that got him so angry. He said, what I'll do? And he started screaming at me and said, I can't believe it. You're so effing stupid, just like your mother. And walked off and slammed the door.
And where was Chloe all this time?
He was right in Chloe's door, so he was right next to her.
And whose vehicle was this?
This was my grandma's vehicle.
Was she driving it the whole time?
Yes.
All right, and then you left and your grandma took you back to your mother's house?
Yes.
Is that the last time you saw your dad?
No.
When did you see him after that?
After he had come back to pick us up again, and we wouldn't go with him.
I see. So he came for another parenting time, what, 2 weeks later?
The next week.
The next week, okay.
Yeah.
And you refused to go, and did Chloe refuse to go?
Yeah, Chloe did not want to go. She was inside telling us, you know, she didn't want to go. Please don't make me go. And my mom was like, Chloe, you have to at least go out there and tell him you don't want to go. And so Chloe was too scared to, so she had me do it. And I went out there and I was like, you know, I'm not going to go with you. I don't feel comfortable going with you. So I'm not going to, you know, he started getting very angry and, you know, yelling, saying why I wasn't wanting to go with him. And I was like, did you not see what happened last weekend? Did you really think we were going to go with you after that? And so after like talking to him and him yelling at me, but he wasn't with my grandma. He was with, I don't know who, I'm guessing was his girlfriend, but he wasn't with my grandma and it wasn't in my grandma's car. It was with somebody else.
Did he come back again anytime after that?
Yeah, he did. He came back the next weekend after that.
And what happened then?
The same thing. Me just telling him that I wasn't going to go, and him continuing to yell at me.
So were you the one to, excuse me, were you the one to tell him every time that Chloe didn't want to go either?
Yeah, 2 weeks after he had come, Chloe went onto the porch and yelled from the porch that she didn't want to go and that she was scared of him.
When was the last time that he came to your house?
Probably about 4 weeks ago.
And did something similar happen then?
Yes.
You told him you didn't want to go and that Chloe didn't want to go.
Yes. And
Okay. You said there were some other things you wanted to tell me. Now's your chance.
okay. Like I said, him not being safe with her and not watching her. Well, Chloe had climbed up on the shed roof after me telling him it wasn't safe. I was like, Chloe, it's like, Dad, that's not a good idea. Chloe is, very wild. It's not a good idea to have her up there. Well, he walked away while I was in the house. I came out and she was on the ground crying. And so I ran over to her, and Dad had run over to her. And I asked her what happened. She said she'd fallen off of the shed. And she'd fallen off of the side of it and kind of like rolled down and fell onto a piece of wood that was laying next to the trampoline. And she had broke her thumb. No, she had severely sprained her thumb, and she had hit the back of her tailbone severely hard, and it left a huge bruise. And but the thing is the whole time Chloe's thumb was sprained, I didn't know. I didn't know that her thumb hurt at all because he wasn't letting her tell me the whole time we were at his house for the next day. Chloe had a wrap on her thumb, and I was like, oh, what happened to your thumb? And she was like, I hurt my thumb really bad. And so after she said that, Dad came in, he was like, oh, she's fine. It's just a little scratch. And I didn't think anything of it. Well, when we got home, she ran to Mom and said, Mom, my thumb hurts really bad. And she started crying. And we took the wrap off of her thumb, and her thumb was 2 times larger than it should have been, and it was black and blue. And so, we immediately took her to the Med Express right down the street from our house, and they had said that her thumb was severely sprained.
Was there anything else that you wanted to tell me?
Leaving Chloe alone in the store by herself when she was like 4. I think.
How do you know about that?
Chloe.
All right. I want you to only tell me about things that you saw, okay?
Okay. Well, when I was probably, I would say 9, he left us in the truck down the street. He left his truck down the street from our house in the tobacco shop parking lot and went into the phone store to get his phone fixed. And it was in the middle of winter. He left us in the car by ourselves and went into the phone store for probably at least 3.5 hours. Only came to check on us one time, and he didn't leave the car on, so we were in the car freezing, and there was no blankets or anything in there. And Chloe was crying, telling me she was so cold, and I couldn't have done anything because of him not being there.
All right, Isabel, I really want to focus on things that are recent, not stuff that happened a long time ago. Is there anything else recent that you'd like to tell me about?
Yeah. So he always says that this is a game, but I don't understand how it could be a game when Chloe is screaming and crying, yelling at you to stop. He will hold her down and pop each one of her toes as she's screaming and crying to have him stop doing what he's doing. And he does it all the time. Every single time we're over, he always acts like it's a game that he's playing, and it's not. He's actually hurting her.
So does she squeal like she's having fun, or does she squeal like she's hurting?
No, she was crying real tears. And he was laughing, saying it was all a joke, and it's not. Not if your child is crying. telling you to stop.
Anything else?
Yes. So, there's a lot of times where he will start something with me. I think it was one of the first or second times I ever went over there. We were coloring in his room and we were watching a movie, and he randomly asked me, he was like, "So, have you seen Todd lately?" And that's my mom's ex-husband. And I said, and they don't get along. And I said, "No, not recently." And he goes, "Well, how recent? Like before Bub died?" And I was like, "No, it hasn't been that long." And I usually don't like talking to him about this because he will start screaming at me and telling me he's my only father, and that Todd is nothing to me. And it's really hard to hear because Todd's always been like a father figure to me. Carl never has been, you know. And so he started screaming at me and saying, you know, "I'm your only father. God will never be your father." He got up from the bed and he snapped like a pen in half and threw it at the wall. And he stood up and kept rolling his neck around and, puffing out his chest, looking like he was, going to attack me or something. He was really, really angry. It was really terrifying. I was just, crying and had no idea what was going to happen. And kept saying I wanted to go home, and he wouldn't let me. It happens a lot, though. I mean, at least every single once a night, he'll just start screaming at me for no reason, or he'll start something to make himself angry. And I'm the kind of person that when I get scared, I don't react, I just freeze up. And so I don't know what to do when he acts like that. I'm afraid he's really gonna hurt us one day. And I don't want to have to wait till we get hurt. I just want it to stop.
All right. Isabel, have you told me about everything important?
There's a lot more, but I think just the basic important stuff, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Cook, I'm going to unmute you, or you're going to have to do it, actually. Hold on, Isabel.
Okay.
All right, I did.
Hold on. All right, Mr. Cook, are there, I'm going to give you a chance to testify, but right now I want to know, are there any other questions you want me to ask Isabel?
Just ask her if she was so scared and so worried for Chloe's sake, where was she 2 years prior? I took her to Yogi Bear's campground 2 years in a row prior to this year, which got screwed up because of this whole thing. She kept them from me and I couldn't see my kids.
Hold on. Let me ask her that. So do you remember going to Yogi Bear campground with your dad and Chloe?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Mr. Cook. What did I get the question wrong?
Yeah, just that she did not go the 2 years prior. Chloe went with me down to Indiana and to hotel rooms and all sorts of fun activities that she didn't go to for 2 years. Why didn't she go then? Why wasn't she worried then?
I got you. So do you remember a period of time where Chloe went alone to visits and you didn't go?
Yeah, when I wasn't going, it wasn't him acting like that wasn't even nearly as bad. I mean, he was still, he still yelled and screamed at her, but it wasn't to the extent that it is now. It wasn't like it is right now. It wasn't that bad.
And so your sister was going to these visits alone. Why weren't you going to visits?
I started going and then I stopped going because I couldn't take it anymore. I was sick of having to be put through that every other weekend.
Because of him being angry and yelling at you?
Yeah, just the emotional stress he would put me under. I didn't know how to take it. I was scared and
So back then, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but was his yelling directed to you and not to Chloe?
it was just to both. It was, whoever he was talking to and whoever made him mad, how it started.
But
Your
in
Honor,
any event,
hold
on, Mr. Cook.
Yes.
Hold on. At least back then, Chloe was not acting afraid to go alone to spend parenting time with her father. Is that fair?
She was always scared of him and never wanted to go without me,
But she went.
but she had to.
She wanted to.
All right. Mr. Cook, any other questions that you'd like me to ask Isabel?
Your Honor, I would just like to state for the record, I didn't yell at the girls. I had no need to yell at the girls. These girls.
Mr. Cook, stop. Remember the rules I told you about earlier?
I have no idea what rule I'm breaking right now. No.
The rule you're breaking right now, it is not your turn to testify. I'm just asking you if you have any questions for her. But
Yes,
I will.
I guess that's it, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Isabel.
Welcome.
So we may need to hear more from you later, but for now, we're done questioning you.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Spar, who would you like me to hear from next?
I don't get to talk at all.
My mom is on Zoom. We can go to my mom, and then my older daughter is here today.
All right, well, hold on a minute. I want to address Mr. Cook. He just asked a question. Mr. Cook, I've told you this over and over again. I'm going to hear from these witnesses first. That's how we do things in court. We don't go back and forth and back and forth. We do things in order. So I'm hearing from these witnesses first. You will get every opportunity to speak, but you have to wait your turn.
Okay, Your Honor,
Right.
How am I supposed to keep up with 10,000 lies from 3-4 different people? I can't write down 50,000 things that are wrong, and then when it's my turn to talk, I'm like trying to put together a couple sentences that are wrong. It's like it's unbelievable. Someone's going to talk.
Mr. Cook.
Once again, I can't talk. Okay.
Mr. Cook, that's how we do things in court. You never want to do things the correct way. I have to scold you every time you're in front of me to wait your turn. I will listen to what you have to say. I promise you, but you got to wait until it's your turn. That's why I told you to make notes of things you want to address later, but we are not going to go back and forth. We have rules and we're going to follow those rules. They're not my rules, but I think they're good ones. So I'm going to mute you again since you have trouble restraining yourself from speaking out, but I will give you a chance to speak when it's your turn. Okay, so you want to call Ms. Buwanda next?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Buwanda, would you please raise your right hand? You do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, I need you to state your name and spell your last name.
Carol Buhanda, Bujanda.
And I apologize for mispronouncing your name. It's Buhanda.
Right.
All right,
Happens a lot.
Okay, well, I'll try to do better. What is your relationship to Jennifer Starr?
I'm her mother, and I'm also the grandmother to Isabel and Chloe.
All right. You've been present for this hearing. You know that the reason is for me to hear about why Mr. Cook hasn't been getting his parenting time. So, you're not the grandmother who was present on September 25th, correct?
I was there at Jennifer's house, but I'm not the grandmother that was driving.
Oh, okay. But you were present at Jennifer's house that day?
Yes, I've been there every time he's come.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as we're talking about September 25th, I want you to tell me what you observed that day.
You had made a ruling on that Thursday that he was to get his parenting time, I think like 8 weekends in a row or something like that. The girls didn't want to go, and Jennifer asked me to please come over. She said, I'm extremely stressed and worried. Could you just come over and keep us calm? I came over, and he came up in the car. I was outside, and he came up in the car with his mom. I didn't realize they were behind me. I was taking pictures, and I said hello, and he said hello. I said I didn't see you there, and then I went in to tell the girls that he was there. Isabel came out with food and water, put it in the back of her grandma's car, came back out with a bag of clothes, put them inside the car, went back in to get Chloe, and she was gone quite a while. And then she came back out carrying Chloe, which I thought was strange because she's 8 years old and her legs are so long. She got her buckled in the car, and Jennifer asked, does she have a car seat? And I believe it was Lois and Carl both said yes. So she put her in the car seat, and Jennifer asked from the porch, are you going to wear a mask? Because both girls had their mask on. And I don't know who she was talking to, whether it was the grandma or the dad. He yelled back at her something about, yeah, smarty pants inside my house too. Well, then they started to take off, and he turned around and started screaming at Isabel, and you could hear him. They went down the street to turn around because it's a dead end street. And you could hear him all the way down the street in the other driveway. And then coming back, you could hear him all the way down to the corner, which is about 8 or 9 houses away. And later, I understood.
Let me stop you. Let me stop you. Could you hear what he was saying?
No, not really. Just loud. It was just loud and angry. I couldn't tell what he was saying, but he was definitely.
You mentioned a name. I think it was Lois. Is that his mother's name?
Yes.
And you're acquainted with her?
I'm sorry?
Are you acquainted with her? You know who she is?
Yeah, I know who Lois is. Yes.
Okay. So is that the sum total of what you observed on that day?
No.
What else did you observe?
The girls came back with their grandmother. They got out of the car. Their mom went down the steps by the porch, and Isabel came running up to her mom and just cried hysterically. Jennifer started crying hysterically, and then Chloe ran up and she was crying hysterically. Lois was unloading the stuff from the back of the car, and Jennifer went over to Lois, and Lois said, I'm sorry.
All right, I need to stop you there because that's secondhand information. I can't really consider hearsay.
Okay.
You could hear it from the porch.
It's not a question of whether she heard it. The issue is one of the rules of evidence.
Okay.
Okay, anything else you remember from that day that is not something that someone else said?
Yes, it was, Jennifer felt she needed to call the police, and they came. And he came up on the porch, and the girls were there. She was there. I was there. And he said, there's really nothing I can do because this is civil. You have to get a hold of Child Protective Services. And they talked some more, but me and the girls went inside.
Okay. Ms. Barr, was there any other testimony you wanted to offer through your mother?
As far as things that she has seen.
As long as they're recent,
Okay.
that she saw them firsthand. I don't want to hear about things 6 years ago. I want to hear about things within the past year. If she has personally witnessed something, she can certainly testify to that.
Okay, so I called my mom every Friday to come back here. Next week he showed up with someone we have no idea.
Hold on. I'm just going to ask her. I don't want to hear your testimony. Okay. I'll hear yours later. Right now, I want to hear your mother's testimony. So, Ms. Buhanda, are there other times that you've been present to observe interactions between Mr. Cook and his girls, or interactions between Mr. Cook and Ms. Spar when he's been there to get the girls?
Yes, I was there every time, usually on the porch. And so Isabel had decided the next week, she said, I'm just going to go out. She told me this. I'm just going to go out and tell my dad nicely that we don't want to go, and try to explain to him why we don't want to go, and I don't want to let Chloe go.
All right. I already heard from her. I want to hear what you observed. Okay. Not what Chloe or Isabel said.
Okay, I understand. Isabel went to the car. He was parked on the street, and she was on the sidewalk, and there's a parkway between, like a buffer. And she was talking to her dad, and he started getting upset, and she tried to keep talking to him, and he would talk over the top of her, get louder and louder. And then she would get upset, and as she started to walk away, he said, go on and cry, little girl. So every single time it's been a repeat of that. She would go to the car, she would tell him they're not going, he would get angry and yell at her. Not the whole time. Sometimes he'd say, well, why aren't you coming? You came when my dad was alive, why aren't you coming? And it was extremely stressful, I know, on myself. I can't imagine them.
Okay, I think that that covers the important things that you saw. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. Yes,
sir. Mr. Cook, I'm going to unmute you to see if there are any other questions you want to ask her. Not for you to testify. That'll come later. Okay?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Uhanda.
You're welcome.
Ms. Spar,
Yeah.
who would you like me to hear from next?
Tell Gabrielle. My older daughter, she just wanted to say some things as far as Carl is concerned, things that she has witnessed over the years and things that the girls have told her. So I'll let her.
I can't, she, hold on. She can't testify to things the girls told her. That's hearsay.
Okay.
And if she hasn't had any contact with Mr. Cook in the last year, the testimony wouldn't be particularly valuable to me.
Okay.
Has she heard things from him or observed him in the last year? Do you know?
I would just like to explain how evil of a person he is. I feel like no one has really just came right out and said how evil he is.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Go ahead and sit in front of the camera. All right. I'm gonna put you under oath and ask you a few questions and determine whether or not I can listen to what you have to say. Would you raise your right hand, please? You do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can put your hand down. What's your full name?
Full name Gabrielle Spar. Last name spelled S-P-A-H-R.
Is Mr. Cook, are you related directly to Mr. Cook?
No, but I have been around him for the last 16 years as I'm the girl's sister.
All right. You're Jennifer Spar's daughter.
Yes.
And how old are you?
I am 29.
When is the last time you lived at home with your mother?
5 years ago.
So since 5 years ago, have you had any direct interaction with Mr. Cook?
Just here and there, maybe seeing him when he's came to pick up the girls, but nothing, no like events or like anything that he's been at that I've been at as well.
So from what you said before I put you under oath, it sounds like you want to talk about his character.
Yes.
Let me, so I know what you know about his character is based, at least in terms of firsthand information, about things that happened 5 years or more ago, correct?
In person, but I've been there with the girls nonstop. I try and come into Jackson once a month at least just to be there. They'll come and see me. I have a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment in Chicago that they come and see me at every now and then.
All right. So
I see the stress.
Let me ask, okay? So more than 5 years ago, you had a lot more interaction with Mr. Cook than you've had recently. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
And during that time period, I didn't ask you when it began, but it ended 5 years ago. You had a fair amount of contact with Mr. Cook.
Yes, yeah.
And as a result of that ongoing contact, you formed some opinion about his character.
Yes.
And in the occasions that you've seen him since then, have you seen things that confirm to you that the opinion you formed about his character 5 years ago continues to the present?
Your Honor, I feel like it's getting worse. I mean, I know it's getting worse, and it's getting to the point where these girls need somebody to protect them. I don't know what needs to happen, but you are their last chance. Like, they are not going to end up another statistic. You need to get it through whoever's head.
All right, let me stop you. I need to know what, based upon the interactions you had with him 5 years ago and things that you've seen more recently, what is your opinion of his character?
That he is still an evil person, a very evil person, and he's trying to take these girls. I don't know what he's trying to do to them, but he is evil. Like, the way that you treat these girls, nobody should ever have to be treated like that, much less their father. He's just an evil person, and they need to be protected. They don't have anybody. They're begging us to tell you.
All right, let me stop you. I'm going to hear from both of the girls, so I don't need to hear you tell me what the girls want, because the girls will tell me what they want. What I'm simply trying to get at, now you said based on past interactions confirmed by more recent occasions that you believe he's an evil person. I need to know what you mean by that.
Just the way that he speaks to the girls and like the conniving things that he does to them. He manipulates them. He's just evil. The way that he speaks to my mom about them, it's not for the good of them, it's for himself.
When you say evil, do you mean he's mean-spirited?
Yes, very much so. And on like a whole nother level, something you've never seen before. It's scary.
Has he in the past, has he ever acted that way towards you?
Yes, me and my brother, plenty of times. He's gotten physical with my brother before. He's thrown things at me before. He's not a good person, and it's terrible that these girls had to even be involved in anything like this. But this is the situation that we're in now, and now our job is to
I understand your concern, and I understand your opinion of Mr. Cook and how you arrived at that opinion.
Like,
it's not your job to plead with the court as to what I'm going to do. It's your job to testify. You've done that. Thank you. Mr. Cook.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any questions that you would like me to ask this witness?
No questions. I knew what she'd say.
All right, thank you.
Of course you do.
Okay. Hold on, we're done. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Spar, who's your next witness?
Well, I subpoenaed his mom and I notified her ahead of time, told her she was subpoenaed. I sent her a reminder this morning, and she's basically saying that she never knew about it. She talks to Carl every single day, multiple times a day. She knew she was supposed to testify this morning. She knew she was subpoenaed, and she chose to not show up. And she also chose to say she didn't know about it. And that is his key witness. Hold
on.
So I mean that's
I can take action when a witness refuses to obey a subpoena, but I can only do that if I have proof that the subpoena was served upon her. There's a return of service with the subpoenas that I issued at your request, but none of those returns have been filed with the court. So I don't have any proof in front of me that she was properly served with a subpoena. In any event, she's not here, so obviously I won't be able to hear from her. Are there witnesses who are here that you want me to hear from?
The only other one that's here is Chloe, and to be honest, Your Honor, I think she may be a little bit too young, but if you'd like me to bring her here, you can ask her some questions if you'd like.
I don't normally like to put children. Ma'am, you need to let me finish. I don't normally like to put younger children on the witness stand to put them in the middle of a fight between their parents. It's not healthy for them.
Yeah,
I do, and on certain occasions, request that. But let me ask It's clear you would prefer not to put her in this position. Let me ask Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, would you like me to question Chloe?
No, Your Honor, I would not like to put her through that, and anything that she would have said would be scripted and gone over. So it serves no purpose.
All right, fair enough. So I won't be hearing from Chloe. So it looks like my last witness, Ms. Spar, is going to be you. Okay?
Yes.
All
Okay.
right.
So, Your Honor,
Would you hold on? I'm not going to be able to mute you,
okay.
but I'm going to tell you, I want you to listen to my questions. When I'm done asking the question, I want you to answer that question. Just that question. I will give you a chance to add other things, but for now, it's going to be question and answer. I ask the question, you answer the question, and when you're done answering the question that I ask, you're going to stop talking until I ask you another question. Got it?
Yes.
All right. Raise your right hand, please. You do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
State your full name. You don't need to spell it.
My name is Jennifer Melissa Spar.
Okay. Ms. Spar, the main thing I want to hear about is what happened on September 25th, from start to finish, from the time that Mr. Cook arrived until he left. I want you to tell me what you observed. I don't want you to tell me what anyone said except Mr. Cook. You can tell me what he said, but you can't tell me what anyone else said. Okay? All right, go ahead.
So we had court on the 24th, the day before. And when I came home from court, I had to tell the girls what happened because I had to prepare them for going with their dad. The months prior to that, he was acting very aggressive and intimidating. And so they had seen a lot over that 3-month period of time before that. The first 3 months were okay. So when he got to the house. Stop.
I just want to make sure I understand clearly. So the first 3 months of not being able to have direct visits when he was coming to talk to Chloe on the porch,
yes.
That went pretty well.
Yes, because
but then, okay, I don't need a because, but then the second half, the next 3 months leading up to the September date, you observed him being that they didn't go well. Tell me what you observed then.
Well, after the warrant was dropped, he came over. I mean, it was like almost the day after they dropped the warrant. And he started trying to start arguments with me, which is what he likes to do a lot.
Okay, stop. What warrant are you talking about?
He was issued a warrant because when we went to court in November, he said he wasn't going to pay child support anymore, and he got.
I see. Stop. What you're talking about was a bench warrant that was issued for related to child support enforcement.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Okay.
So, in any event, regardless of why his behavior changed, according to your observations, how did his behavior change?
Well, he started showing up and picking fights with me. So it came to the point where I just didn't even go to the window. He would come to the front porch. Sometimes he would knock on the door or the window, and sometimes he would just shout Chloe's name super loud. And if we were in the backyard swimming, I would have to pull Chloe out of the pool and bring her inside to talk to him. But I would leave. because I didn't want him to ask questions to me because his behavior changes. So he started
All right.
getting aggressive with me, and I chose to just stay out of the room. But I would listen to what they would talk about, and he started drilling Chloe on the whole COVID, that it's not real, and that your mom's filling your head with a bunch of lies, that nobody dies from it, and that kids don't get it, and that the coronavirus is just political, and that President Trump is the greatest president in the world, and that he would never lie to us, and he would just be filling her head full of these political things. And she's 8. She doesn't, she
All right. So let's talk about. So the reason you were not allowing your daughters to go on every other weekend with their father is because of your fear over COVID?
He never even asked to take them. He didn't even ask to take them until August. It wasn't until, I believe, the third week in August is when he wanted to take them. And it's because we've been super safe.
Well, wait a minute. I just want to make sure this is clear. It sounds like, from what you already told me, that when Mr. Cook was showing up on the porch, he was expressing disagreement with whether these precautions were necessary.
Yes.
Is that fair?
No, I mean, not that. He just wanted, it wasn't that he wanted to take them. He didn't even ask to take them at all. He would just show up sometimes a couple times a day and want to argue. And a lot of times it would be about COVID, but most of the time it was just other things. It was things from the past that he would bring up.
All right. So
Yeah.
what you're saying is during this period up until August, he was not insisting on getting his visits.
In fact, he never came on the weekends. He only came like Monday through Thursday. He would never come on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. We didn't even see him.
Okay. So, but beginning in August, you said he started requesting actual visits with the girls.
Yes, because he was.
Hold on. But you refused those visits, correct?
Oh, I didn't refuse those visits. I sent him an email and I said to him that there was, there was not really anything that I could do, but he hadn't been wearing a mask and he hadn't been social distancing, and it was in his family. His family actually had the coronavirus, and he was telling me and Chloe and Isabel that he was.
How do you know his family had the coronavirus?
He mentioned to me that somebody in his family had the coronavirus. And
all right, you know it because he told you that.
Yeah. Yes.
How do you know that he wasn't himself being careful?
Because he would tell me that he doesn't wear a mask and that a mask is just political and a mask doesn't do any good. And knowing who he is, he's not good with hygiene. I've never seen him wash his hands when he leaves the bathroom.
All right.
His hands before.
All right. I've got the background. I've got the background. Now what I want to hear about is what you observed or what you heard Mr. Cook say on the 25th of September.
Okay, so when he came on the 25th, I was inside and I was talking to Chloe and I was telling her she was crying and she didn't want to go, and she kept saying to me, "Mommy, please don't make me go. Please don't make me go." She became very fearful of him because there was one time he scooped her up and went running down the street with her, and he took her around the corner and he set her down in the grass and he told her to take her mask off. And she told him no. And she said that she was. Wait a minute. I told you I only want to hear what you observed and what you heard Mr. Cook say. I don't want to hear what anybody else had to say. That's considered hearsay. It's not admissible in a court of law. What Mr. Cook says is admissible,
because it's considered an admission by the other party. So you
Okay.
can tell me what he said,
So he,
and you
when
can
they
tell me what you saw on the 25th. So
Okay,
you've told
so-
me that Chloe was fearful of going with her,
Yeah,
her
she did
father.
go, and
I got that. What
I
did you observe?
I told Chloe that Isabel was going to stay with her and that she didn't have to be scared, that Isabel would try to be, well, I didn't say you didn't have to be scared. I just said Isabel would be with you. And I pretty much was trying to drag her out of the house, and she was refusing to go, but she knows when she gets outside, she has to instantly stop acting like that, because otherwise he's going to later punish her for it.
All
So,
right, hold
outside,
on. I don't want to hear what you think Chloe is thinking. You're not a mind reader. That's inadmissible testimony. Again,
Okay.
don't tell me those things. I only want to hear what you observed with your own two eyes,
Okay.
or what you heard Mr. Cook say. Not what anyone else said, not what anyone else was thinking. Okay?
So we got out onto the porch, and Isabel was walking Chloe to the car and putting Chloe in the car, and I had asked his mom and him, were they going to be wearing a mask inside of the car? And he started screaming at me and telling me, no, we're not going to be wearing any masks. We don't want to get sick from wearing a mask. And no, the kids aren't going to be wearing a mask. And he was just going, and I just left it at that. And his mom grabbed her mask and put her mask on. And I said, okay, thank you, Lois. And he kept yelling at me. And so I walked where he couldn't see me. And then he started yelling at the kids before the car even, I mean, it was like driving down the street. Before the car almost pulled away, he started yelling into the back seat. And I didn't know at the time if he was yelling at the girls or if he was yelling at his mom. So
So let me stop you. You heard him yelling, but you didn't really hear what he was saying.
Couldn't really hear what he was saying, just screaming, like, and
Okay.
then he went down the street. They went down the street to turn around, and he was screaming in the neighbor's driveway. And then they backed the car out, and you could hear him all the way down to the stop sign. And I just broke into tears because I was so scared. I didn't know what was going to happen. And I just felt so bad for them because they've been put in this situation so many times. And when is somebody going to recognize the danger? And so, about maybe not quite an hour later, I got a message. I had my mom stay here because we only have one phone right now. So I gave that phone to Isabel to take with her. So I didn't have a phone. So my mom stayed here with me for a while and just kind of tried to calm me down. And then she got a message on her phone because Isabel was instructed to text my mom or call my mom if she needed anything. And she said that the text message said that they were going to be coming back home. And I was confused. I didn't really know what was going on. And so I mentioned, you're on your way here. And she mentioned that first of all, she said, well, we're going to go to Grammy's for an hour, and then we're going to come home. But they didn't. They just came right back here. And when they got here, they were both just hysterical. They just came running to me and grabbed a hold of me and started telling me what happened. And so I walked out to the car, and his mom was out there, and she was crying, and she threw her hands up into the air, and she said, I'm so sorry they had to go through that. And she said, I have no control over him. I have no control over what he does. And I grabbed her arm and I said, Lois, I said, please help us protect these kids. Please tell them what you have seen. And so Isabel, she ended up leaving, and we called the police. And when the police talked to the girls, but he said he couldn't fill out a report because Carl didn't actually punch Isabel. He said if he would have punched her, then they would have been able to file a report. But he said the only thing he could do was listen to the girls. And so I called the police officer and I asked him, I left messages with him, could you please testify for us? Could we please subpoena you so that you can testify as to what the girls said to you? And they were just distraught. They were just bawling their eyes out. They were so scared. And Isabel kept saying, I am never going with him again. I am never going with him again. My sister is never going with him again. I promise.
All right, let me stop you. Let me stop you. I already heard from Isabel. I don't need to have you tell me what Isabel was thinking or doing. I've got that from her. So, since the 25th, have you had any further interaction with Mr. Cook?
He came the next weekend on that Friday, and I had my mom come over, and he, I knew he was going to show up because his main goal is to get me to go to jail. That's all he wants out of this, is to punish me. He has always hated me and wanted to.
All right. The question was, did you have any more interaction?
He showed up, and so I told Isabel and Chloe, I said, I have to send you guys. There isn't anything I can do, but you guys make the decision for yourself because I can't tell you guys not to go. The judge has ordered you guys to go. And in my head, I'm thinking to myself, I hope to goodness he doesn't show up. But I knew he was going to, and he showed up, and he acted like nothing was wrong. He had some random woman with him. She had her head all covered up with a sweatshirt. She had big glasses on and a mask over her face. So we didn't have any idea who she was. We'd never seen that car before or her. So obviously the girls are like, I don't have a clue who this is. And he just started, Isabel went down there. She took a recording of what was said between them. And he was just like, she was saying that no loving parent would ever.
Hold on. You're telling me what other people are saying.
I heard it.
It doesn't matter if you heard it.
But anyways,
what I'm telling you is you can't tell me what other people said except Mr. Cook. Did you hear Mr. Cook say anything?
Yes, I did.
What did he say?
He kept saying to her, what do you got to say, little girl? Come on, let's hear what you got to say. And then when she would start talking, he would interrupt her and he would say something that was totally a lie. Like, oh, you were daddy's little girl. And she was looking like, you're saying she's, this woman's here. And he would talk over her, and he would say things to her that were totally off the wall. She wouldn't even know how to answer them because it was a total lie. All right.
So in any event, on that day, both of your girls refused to go with their father, right?
Yes, he had
Did he come back the next weekend?
That first day that he showed up, he brought a brand new doll for Chloe in a box, and he held the doll up and he said, Chloe, come and get your doll. Come and get your doll. And she was just on the front porch shaking her head like, I am not going down there. And I said, do you want to go down there? And she said, no. She said, I am not going down there.
All right. You answered the question. So did he come the next weekend?
Next weekend.
You remember what happened the next weekend?
The next weekend, the same thing happened. Isabel went down there to talk, and Chloe went outside and was at the front porch, and she again said to her dad, that they were scared of him, that they did not want to go, and that he needed to get, help, and that there was an issue, that no loving parent would treat her, and he did the same thing again, talking over her.
All right, let me stop you then. So how many more times did he show up for his visits? Do you remember?
He showed up 4 more times, and on the third time he showed up, he had whoever was with him drive the car down the street, and they pulled into it's an old man that lives down there. And I videotaped it. You could hear him yelling at the old man at the top of his lungs. I have a video, and he was talking to the older guy. The older guy was like totally lost. He has no idea who's in his driveway. He's seen Carl, but never talked to Carl. And he stayed down there for almost 20 minutes. And you could tell.
Did he come to the house?
Yes, that was after he left my house.
And then what happened? Same thing. Isabel went to talk to him.
Yes.
Isabel and Chloe refused to go.
Yes, but the car that was bringing him on Fridays, we seen that car come down our street a couple of times before he even started coming to get them. And we seen it a few times after that too. And I have a video that dates the time.
That's fine. So he came one more time on a Saturday for his visit. Same sorts of Friday, same thing. Isabel went to speak to him. Chloe and Isabel both refused to go.
Yes.
Anything different happened on that last time that he came?
They pulled into the driveway instead of out front.
Other than that?
I can't think of anything different.
All right. So Ms. Spar, I'm going to see if Mr. Cook has any questions he wants me to ask you before we hear from him. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions you'd like me to ask Ms. Spar?
Just one question, Your Honor. I would like you to ask her, what is the one name that she calls me every single time that I've ever called there or stopped there and talked to her? What is the name that she calls me?
What's your answer, ma'am?
I don't know what he's referring to.
What is the name? You talk to somebody and you say, hello, what?
Chachi?
How about daddy? She calls me daddy every single time I talk to her. I tell her not to call me daddy.
Hold on.
Chloe, daddy.
Ms. Spar, do you call him daddy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you know that he doesn't want you to call him that.
Yes.
What am I supposed to say? Chloe, Carl's here?
Your father?
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. So when you say daddy, you're referring to him
as
Chloe.
Yes.
You're not calling him daddy. You're saying to Chloe, daddy is here.
Yes.
Oh, she says, hi, daddy.
Hold on. You're going to get a chance to testify very shortly, sir.
Yes.
Did you have any more questions for her?
No, that's about it.
Okay, so I need to take a short break. I'm going to keep this meeting room open, but I'm going to mute all of your microphones because I don't want you talking to each other while we're on a break, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I assume that's Chloe. All right, I'll be back in just case. Shannon, put us back on the record.
Go ahead.
Okay, I believe we're done with all of Ms. Spar's testimony and her witnesses. So now, Mr. Cook, it's going to be your turn to testify. Ms. Spar, the same rules apply to you that apply to Mr. Cook. I don't want you speaking out. I will give you a chance to pose questions when he's done. I will also give you the chance, if he says something that's within the knowledge of one of the witnesses you've already called, to recall them to address whatever it is. But again, write it down so you remember to ask it. Don't speak up, don't interrupt. I'm going to keep you muted, frankly, because I have doubts about your ability to stay quiet, but you'll be able to hear everything. So, Mr. Cook, I'm going to put you under oath now. Will you raise your right hand, please? You do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And state your full name for the record.
Carl Leon Cook.
You can put your hand down now. Okay, Mr. Cook, I know there's a lot you want to address. I want to ask some specific questions, the things I want to know the answer to, and I will give you a chance to tell me whatever it is you want to tell me to address any of the things that were said earlier, okay?
Understood.
So, there's been a lot of testimony about what happened on September 25th at that occasion, and I'll give you a chance to tell me from your perspective what happened. Before that, I want to ask about these other visits to the porch for the several months leading up to that. Ms. Spar said that these visits occurred not on your normal parenting time, but usually during the week and were typically unannounced. You would show up at the home and ask to speak to Chloe. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And Chloe would normally come to the door and talk to you?
She wouldn't come to the door. She would come to the window. I had to talk to her through the porch window with the window closed where I could barely hear her most of the time. And then finally, after numerous visits, I finally got her to at least open the window a crack so I could at least hear and understand what Chloe's saying.
I see. Yeah. Let me get the picture here. So the setting is there's a front porch on the front of Ms. Spar's house that's enclosed with windows.
Correct.
So you would stand on the ground and speak through the window to Chloe?
I'd stand on the porch there and speak to her through the window, yes.
So would she be on the porch or would she be in the house?
She'd be in the house.
I see. So the porch itself wasn't enclosed with windows. It's an open porch?
Correct.
I see. You would go to the door to let them know you were there, or to the window, or
I'd knock on the door and then I'd tap on the window as well.
Okay, and normally on these occasions, Chloe would come to talk to you?
Correct. And if Chloe didn't come up after a few knocks, then I would yell into the backyard because, like she stated, that they do have a pool, so they would be back there, and I'd yell so they could hear me.
All right. And how often did you show up on the porch to talk to Chloe?
I don't know an exact number, but I would try and show up once a week after a certain point of, I don't know, it was a month of COVID or what it was, but I just started coming up and just showing up randomly.
All right. And normally there wasn't an incident. Eventually she would come to the window and you'd get a chance to talk to her even though you couldn't hear her very well.
Correct.
All right. Did Chloe always seem eager to see you?
Oh yeah, she's always happy as can be, but at the same time sad that she couldn't see me, and I could see it in her face, and she would always put her hand on the window and wanting me to put my hand on the window. And she would put her cheek on the window and she'd want me to rub the glass with my one finger, and it was like I was rubbing her face. And she would always do that before I left and when I got there. And I'd bring her presents. I had to leave them on the porch. She couldn't touch anything or open anything because they had to be disinfected for COVID. And so go ahead.
Did you see Isabel on any of these visits?
No, I didn't. One time she went walking past after I just bought her, I don't know, I thought it was a $50 gift certificate, but it might have been only a $25. But regardless, I got her a gift certificate. She never once said thank you. She never once said hi, Daddy, love you, Daddy, nothing. She always, if I like I said, I might have seen her one time, and she just walked past, and she never said anything to me, nothing.
So do your parenting time complaints include complaints that you've not been allowed to see Isabel?
Well, it just encompasses seeing the girls in general, but I'm at a point where I don't even want Isabel to come over. I mean, the way her mom has manipulated her and twisted her around. She stayed away for like that 2 years there prior, and during that time she got more and more and more distant, where she just basically hated me. That's why how Isabel stated in the car when we had the argument and we were at my house before they left, I said, so what has Daddy done? Why is Daddy so bad? And her first thing she says is something like, well, we don't know what you're gonna do. And that's why I said, what I'm gonna do? What are you talking about? I said, your mom has you so screwed up. She's got you hating me for no reason. Something to that, I'm paraphrasing, but something to that nature. And I was just dumbfounded. I'm like, don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't even spank the girls. The girls are very well behaved. That's one thing I will give Jen credit for. They're very well behaved and well mannered. Other than that, they're completely manipulated and twisted into their faith, which is a Jehovah's Witness. And basically anybody who's not a Jehovah's Witness, they can lie to you, they can lie to me, as long as it's in their name to protect themselves from the world, because the world is all evil, everything in the world's bad. That's why I'm so bad. And so they're completely manipulated. So the longer they're just with her, the worse and worse things get. Because it's just her talking bad about me, talking down about me. And there's just nothing positive that comes from that situation, keeping me away. I mean, why would you want to keep me away? I haven't done nothing. I don't even spank them. Literally, I don't do nothing. I don't yell because they're very well behaved. And the only thing I ever even have to say is literally, what did I say to you? That's all that's all I say. I don't have to yell at them. I don't know how Isabel can say she's so stressed in those situations she didn't like coming over. That doesn't even make sense. First thing I do, as soon as I pick them up, I go right to like KFC or get pizza. First thing I do every single time, get them some kind of good food they're gonna like, and get movies. Usually Friday is like a movie night. We get movies, pizza or movie, and KFC. I try to do everything I can do to make them happy. They both have their own rooms, their own beds, their own TVs. They have everything they want here, trampoline, swings. Oh, that's another thing. I want to make sure you tell Jen that I want my four-wheeler back, because she said she has some friend that's going to fix it for cheap or for free. She's had it over a year. Well, it's not been fixed. I want the four-wheeler back. She's obviously not going to get it fixed. So I'll get it fixed. There's room in my backyard for Chloe to ride it. I want that back. She said she was going to get it fixed. She never did. So that's kind of let's in there, but
yes, you did. So let me bring you back to what I want to hear about. Well, one of the things you said was you believe that their mother is filling their heads with lies about you. But right. I am talking down about you. But I heard Isabel testify to you running her mother down to her.
I said her mom is the biggest liar that I've ever met in my life. That's what I said. I said she lies more than anybody I've ever known in my life. That's what I've said to her.
And you also, and she also testified that you told her that you're just like your mother.
Yeah, she is just like her mother, just like she's going to her little crying thing for the show, just like her other daughter going to the crying thing for the show. It's all melodramatic play for the video. It's all, I'm crying. Oh, look how upset. It's not real. They all did it. They all three did it. I'll throw in a crying thing at the end. It's scripted. They go over this stuff. They know what they're going to say, how they're going to
Hold
say
on a
it.
minute. Ms. Farr, would you stop?
And for the record, also,
Control yourself,
to back
please.
to back that up, Your Honor, she had Child Protective Services come out to me again for the second time for no reason. And
When?
well, she just had them come out here. They came and talked to me just prior to talking to you. Like
You mean
a week
last
ago,
week?
2 weeks ago, something like that.
Did they say why they were there?
Because Jen called them.
Well, I know they didn't tell you that because they do not disclose who called them. I asked you, did they tell you why they were there?
Because Jen filed a paper saying the kids were in danger physically and mentally.
But the children weren't there, were they?
Weren't where?
When with you?
No, they weren't with me.
So whoever filed this complaint, I know CPS didn't tell you who it was. That you probably surmise that's who it was. But I know they didn't tell you because they don't. They don't disclose who the reporter is ever.
Well, I know she said that.
Hold on. I want to know what they asked you about.
They asked me questions like, do I ever hit the kids? Are the kids ever in danger? Do I keep guns at my house? Just random questions about the kids in my house, basically. And they said it was filed because of, I thought she said because she said it, but regardless, it was filed because of physical and mental abuse.
Okay. So let's move to this September 25th from start to finish. Yeah.
And the caseworker also said this is an open and shut case. As far as she's concerned, that matters closed because there is no evidence of anything that was brought up.
That doesn't surprise me. If the children weren't with you when these complaints were made and you hadn't seen them for some time, that's exactly what I would expect CPS to do with that kind of a complaint. So let's move to September 25th. I want you to tell me your memory, start to finish, of your interaction with your girls that day.
Okay, well, Isabel come out, put some stuff in the car, in the back of the trunk, like she said. Then she came back with Chloe in the arms, just as her grandmother stated. They got in the car, got buckled up, and I said, how are you guys doing? Just as Isabel said. And I didn't say a whole lot. I was upset that Isabel was coming because, and then that's where my mom said when she was getting the stuff in the back of the trunk, she said, oh, well, your dad wasn't planning on you coming out or didn't know you were, because I told Jen in emails that I did not want Isabel coming out this first weekend because I didn't want her to taint the atmosphere and have it be, Isabel grumpy, angry, whatever mood she's dealing with, on top of me and Chloe just having a good time, because Chloe was loving the whole time and wanting to see me, and Isabel was standoffish, and I didn't want that attitude around that environment. So when she did get in there, I said, well, you're going to your Grammys tonight. And she just snapped and said, I am not going anywhere I'm not leaving leaving Chloe's side. Like, what are you talking about? I'm the father. You are to do what I tell you to do. You're going to stay with your grandma tonight. And then later, after going over that scenario a couple times on the way home, I said, after you stay there a night, tomorrow, I got a surprise for you guys. And I said, and I was going to take you to Indiana to Yogi Bear's campground. But now that you're not going with your grandma, and I'm sending you back home because I'm not dealing with it. I'm not listening to a disobedient daughter who's not going to listen. And I said, and I just reiterated that I'm the father. You are to listen to what I say. You do not make the rules. You do not say what goes on. I do. So,
Tony,
so basically, argument in the car.
All right, let me stop you.
Okay.
I got a question.
Yes,
What
sir.
tone of voice were you using when you were telling Isabel these things?
I was in a stern voice. Now, we did have an argument where we both were yelling back and forth, which she stated she was yelling and I was yelling. Yes, we were both yelling back and forth. But
And that was the argument of, hold on. That was the argument about whether or not she was going to her grandmother's while Chloe went with you.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
And just basically an argument back and forth. But I didn't ball up my fist, didn't punch in no back seat or any kind of ludicrous thought like that. There was nothing like that. That is just more dramatization, either way, that's how they're trying to make it something that is not. It's real simple. I'm the dad. If I tell my daughter to go stay with her grandma, she has to do that. She's not the boss.
So eventually, after Isabel dug her heels in and said she was not going to leave Chloe, you directed your mother to take the girls home?
Yeah, along the same scenario that Isabel told you, that went to the house first, put the stuff on the porch, got back in the car, went for a ride. Then I called my mom and said, you know what? I can't deal with her attitude. Just take them home. I'm not gonna look at her face. I did say I'm not looking at her face telling me she's not gonna do something. I'm the dad and I cannot deal with that. I said, so take them home. And then she had to come back to get their stuff off the porch, which they did. And that's when I said to Isabel, I'm like, so just for the record, so why is daddy such a bad guy? Why? And then first thing she says, we don't know what you're gonna do. Like, you don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't even spank you guys. How are you scared of me at all? When I don't have to yell at them. I don't have to spank them. They're good kids. And all I do is spoil them the whole time, whatever food they want, and just have their cousins over just about every other time. First thing, I have their cousins over about every other time, because as soon as Chloe gets in the car, the very first thing she says, what are my cousins doing? Daddy, can my cousins come over, please? That's what she lives for, is seeing her cousins. She loves them to death. And Jen hates my side. She hates my family. She hates my brother's kids. She hates everything about me and everybody else on my side. Everybody on my side is the devil, evil, bad, and her side is perfect. So that's about the gist of that.
All right, now there were a number of other things that were said by other witnesses. I don't know if you made a lot of notes, but I want to give you a chance to address whatever came out that you want me to hear about. So go ahead.
Thank you, Honor. I appreciate that. It's not a whole lot. Just, I wrote down some things, but, little different things that they said were false. This and that is irrelevant. It doesn't even matter to this case. It's just more drama they want to put in it. Something I was wanting to say, just that, their mom, and Jen's mom, and Jen, and everybody heard me yelling. They could hear it to the end of the block, supposedly, but couldn't make out one word. Didn't hear one thing I said, but they heard me yelling. Okay, that's more. Trying to make it more than it is. If you hear me yelling right next to your house and into the driveway and then down the street, you would have heard one word. Not one of them said one thing I said. So that's a lie. So, it's just more stuff that's inconsistencies with what they're saying. But one thing I would like to say, this is an exact, I would say, metaphor or analogy of what Donald Trump has went through. Now, I don't want to bring up politics, but long story short, he was the one accused of doing something wrong, doing everything wrong. They impeached him on nothing. This is the exact same thing I'm going through. She's trying to keep my kids away from me for nothing. End of story.
Okay, anything else you want to tell me?
No, Your Honor. Except
So-
one thing,
so
Your Honor.
you-
I want the
Go ahead.
whole order changed. I want to go by the friend of the court handbook the whole time when this originally got written up. I told you that I wanted holidays in there because you asked Jen if she wanted holidays in there. She said, no, I'm a Jehovah's Witness. I don't believe in holidays. And I said, well, I do. So I think I should get them all. Instead of me getting anything written in there about holidays, nothing was put in there. So therefore, now I can't have one holiday. I don't get them for Christmas break. I don't get them ever on Thanksgiving. I don't get any holidays. I don't get the month of the summer that most parents get. I don't get nothing. All I get is her saying no. And I have all I can do is file parenting time complaints, which go nowhere because you never back up what you tell her. You said she's going to go to jail. She's got 8 days hanging over her head. This isn't about jail. You probably think that, and she probably thinks that, but it's not about jail. It's about me getting my time. And when she takes my time away from a holiday or a birthday, which she cannot stand holidays, birthdays, Christmas, anything. So if I want them on that time, she will do whatever she can do to keep them from me. And then what do? You just give me another day back, which does nothing for me because she ruined the holiday. The days are not equal. A holiday event where she gets to see her cousins and her aunts and uncles and relatives is not equivalent to a day, just some random day. So she is never going to learn her lesson if you don't back up what you say. You said she's going to go to jail. Well, she keeps doing it. Now she's done it like 10, 12 times, and you still have not backed up what you said. She does not care what you say. She's going to do whatever she wants. She is, and on your last order, you ordered me to stay in the car. From that point on, I have not yet stepped foot out of the car. You ordered her to stay in the house. She's not one time stayed in the house. Once again, disobeying what you say, but she gets away with it every time. I'm waiting to see. It's just like I said before in court, it's just like a child that you enable. If you keep telling a kid, don't do that, and then you don't give them any repercussions for being bad, they're going to keep doing it. So she has no fear of you. She doesn't care what you say.
Did you talk to your mother about her testifying here today?
I talked to her this morning. She said Jen was saying I was supposed to be there. I didn't receive any paperwork. No one told me nothing. I said, if no one served you, then you don't have to be there. She probably thought I was going to serve you, and I didn't, because I'm not worried about witnesses. I haven't done nothing. I don't care. I don't need nobody saying anything.
All right, so you don't plan to ask your mother to testify today?
No, there's nothing to testify. We argued, big deal. That's what happened. She stated what happened. I stated what happened. Only discrepancy really is me balling up my fist and punching it in the back seat. That's just ludicrous. And
okay.
In this court case, she didn't even say that I punched it in the back seat like she did prior, but she said I balled up my fist. Either way, I didn't do anything. So we had an argument. Parents have arguments with kids. That's how it goes.
All right, let me see if there's any further testimony that Ms. Spar wants to introduce to address anything that you've said. So hold on. Okay, Ms. Spar, I did tell you that I would give you a chance to introduce what we call rebuttal testimony, but only to address things that Mr. Cook said, not anything else. Is there any
Yeah.
witness you would like me to call to offer rebuttal testimony?
Well, I would like to comment on what he said, and what I did was just took voice notes on the things that he said, and Isabel would like to comment on what he said also.
All right, let me hear from Isabel first. Put her in front of the. All right. Hi, Isabel.
Hi.
So you understand that you're still under oath to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right. Was there anything that your dad said that you want to respond to?
Everything that he said was all watered down. He made the situation seem like it was nothing, and that, the fight we had was just, small. It wasn't anything serious. But in all reality, it was. It affected me. Whether it didn't affect him, it affected me in a much more personal level than it, like he said, it did him. I mean, to him, it was just some small fight. It wasn't like that for me. It caused a lot of stress that was put on me. And everything he said was just so watered down and such a lie. I mean, the stuff, I just really can't believe that he would even say half the stuff that I was like, it was a lot more serious than that. You weren't just mildly, it wasn't a mild fight. It was an actual fight. You were screaming at me. I mean, just because we couldn't hear exactly what everyone was saying, when two people are screaming at each other, you're not just going to hear exactly what one person says. Your words are going to get mixed together. That's why nobody can understand what we're saying. And, where is my grandma at? She was there. She heard everything.
Okay, thank you. So I want to hear from your mother now.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, I just want to say that both Chloe and Isabel are very honest little girls. Just giving a character reference for them. They do not lie. They would never make up stories. They would never come home to me and tell me these things that happened to them for any other reason than it truly happening. And they are very detailed in what they say. This has been going on for a long time. I filed several complaints with the friend of the court, several of them. I have called protective services. I have also called the police. I have 8 police reports of domestic violence on Carl right here. This is an ongoing pattern. His use of metabolic steroids has made his personality worse. I have watched him with my own 2 eyes do metabolic steroids. I have watched him. I know he does steroids. It has ruined the person that he was when I first met him. And in addition to that, everything he pretty much said was taking the heat off of him. Some of the things he said he might have done a few times, but never to the extent that he said that he's done them. Your Honor, I put him on 2 of my memberships. A membership to the Toledo Zoo every single year. He didn't give me a dime for that. The reason I did it is because I wanted him to take them places. I wanted him to build a relationship with them. He's also on my membership that I have at Kalamazoo Museum. That was a $150 membership, and I put his name on there along with his nieces and nephews so he could take them. Not once has he taken them to either place that I know of. He does not do anything with them when he has them. He constantly.
Miss Spar, let me stop you. You're only supposed to be addressing things that Mr. Cook said.
Okay.
I don't want you to go beyond that.
Okay. One of the things that he said to them was about us being Jehovah's Witnesses. Your Honor, he's condemning me for being a Jehovah's Witness. He's not condemning me for being a drug addict and an alcoholic like him. He's condemning me for something that's good. My children are who they are today because of Bible principles, because we live our lives using Bible principles. They're very well informed of what the scriptures say about all these different things. Okay, he's condemning me for that. And another thing I want to say, Isabel would never say to me that he balled up his fist the way that he did and made her flinch. She would never, ever make that up. That truly did happen. And she said that when they were arguing, the veins on his neck were popping out, and that his structure was a structure of someone that just wanted to explode. And she also said that when they were getting ready to leave his house, I don't know if it was the first time or the second time, that his mom was so scared at watching his behavior with the girls that she was trying to get into the car and leave them. And Isabel was looking at her like, you are not leaving us here with him. We are going with you. She said his mom was trying to get away. She was so scared she didn't even have words to say. Where is she today? She was in the car. Why didn't he take the time? I paid the $15. I had her subpoenaed. Okay, she knew about it. I messaged her over 1 month ago, telling her what date and time, everything. She knew she was supposed to be here, but he knew that if she showed up, she wasn't going to lie for him. And that's why she said she never got the paperwork. She was in the car. She was there. She should be his key witness. He didn't call her in on purpose because he knew he was done. His mother.
Hold on. You're moving into the area of argument, which both of you are allowed to do, but it's not time for argument. It's time for you to offer testimony that directly addresses only things that Mr. Cook said when he testified.
The next thing he said is that he said Isabel was acting grumpy and angry. If anybody knows Isabel is the sweetest, kindest, nicest little girl, Your Honor, that you are ever going to meet. She would never try to act mean or grumpy. Never, especially to him. She's scared of him. She would never act like this. But she was determined he was not taking Chloe ever again.
You're making arguments. You're not addressing his testimony.
The next thing is, he said that he was going to take them to Yogi Bear's campground. Isabel said nothing was ever mentioned like that. He said it in mentioning
that's
that.
Not, it's, hold on. I don't want you to tell me what Isabel heard or what Isabel said. I only want to hear your firsthand testimony about what Mr. Cook said or what you observed that bears upon only what he testified to today.
Your Honor, I do not lie. I'm not a pathological liar. I'm a very honest person, and I would never do this to anybody. I would never do this to anybody.
Do what?
Say that this is not true. I would never, ever falsely accuse somebody of doing these things.
I'm gonna stop you. You're launching into argument. I'll give you a chance for argument.
This is my note. It says, I would like to know what he says I've ever lied about, even one thing. I want to know. He says I'm a pathological liar. Please ask him what I have ever lied about. Ask him.
All right, I will ask that question.
I ask him what it was I've lied about. He knows I don't lie.
Would you give me a chance?
Okay.
Yes,
Mr.
Your
Cook,
Honor.
can you give an example of something that Ms. Spar has lied about?
100%. I'm glad she has such a question that I have irrefutable evidence of. She filed a false police report on me, said I shoved her with Chloe in her arms, and filed a police report. The cops came to her house, filed it, called me the next morning, and asked me about it. I had the whole thing videotaped. I was holding my camera the whole time. She pushed me as I was walking away, pushed me down the steps. I said, "You just pushed me. You're going to jail. I'm calling the cops." And after looking at the video, it shows the whole thing, every single thing. No, I'm not even close to her. I'm walking away, and you see me go boom, 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 boom down the steps. I didn't fall, but I got pushed forward. And it didn't show her hands pushing me. So I was like, well, no big deal. I'm not going to, actually call the cops that day. I just kind of threatened her to scare her. And then instead of it going nowhere, she had the cops come to me, and she actually filed a report, which I showed the cop the video. It clearly shows I didn't touch her. She made a false police report. I filed the same kind of charge on her because I said, well, yeah, I'm filing on her because she pushed me. And then, of course, the case just gets dropped because they don't want to have a case of a.
All right.
That's a perfect case. That's the biggest lie you can have.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, can I please just finish this? She lied so severely that she tried to put me in jail. You can't lie bigger than that.
You've answered the question. Thank you. So, Ms. Spar, you asked for an example of a time when you, hold on, I'm talking. You asked him for an example of one time that you lied, and he just gave an example that you falsely reported to the police that he pushed you while you had Chloe in your arms. Let me ask you, did you tell the police that?
Yes, and he did push me. And in the video, it shows him take his phone. Like, I didn't see the video, but I was there, and Isabel was inside. Isabel heard
Whoa. Stop.
That was not a lie.
Stop.
I did not file a false police
report.
Right here.
Stop. You asked for an example, and he gave an example.
But I didn't lie. It's
well,
right here.
That's your version.
I'm the victim. From what the video showed, exactly what I said in this report. So that was not a lie.
If the video showed that Mr. Cook pushed you, there would have been charges brought against him. There weren't, were there?
He took his phone right when he pushed me, and he held it to his chest, and the officer said he's seen him do that. He held the phone to his chest. He pushed me into the desk, and then
hold on a minute.
And then I pushed him off.
You've just verified to me that the phone did not show him pushing you, correct?
But I was there. I was pushed. He took his phone and
all right. I don't need to hear any more about this.
This was not a lie.
All right. I think I've heard enough testimony today. I want to give you both a chance to make an argument for what I should do. I don't want you to launch into more testimony, but I will give you a chance to make an argument. And then when we're done, I want to figure out a way that I can speak privately with Chloe. Because of COVID, I can't have her in here, which is what I would normally do for interviewing a minor child. But if I'm going to talk to her, I want it to be where nobody else can hear except me and Chloe. Is there a place in your home where that can happen?
Yes.
Where would that be?
We're gonna go outside, and she can sit here and talk to you.
Is there a way you can turn the camera so that I can see that you're outside?
Yes, I can open up the shade out here on the window, and then you can see that we're standing outside, and I'll have her sit right here.
All right, so before I do that, I want to give you both a chance to make your arguments. So let's, Ms. Spar, So here are the ground rules for argument, okay? I really don't want to hear more testimony at all. What I want to hear from you is what you would like me to order and why, okay? So we'll first hear from you, Ms. Spar. I'm going to keep Mr. Cook muted. And then when you're done, I will hear from him and I'm going to mute you. And when I do that, I don't want you holding things up to the camera.
Oh.
All right. So, Ms. Barr, tell me what it is you would like me to do and why.
I would like supervised visitations. Protective Services just did an investigation in our case, and she did interview both girls on 2 different occasions, and she interviewed myself. She called me and said she did end up talking to Mr. Cook, but when she was here doing the interview, she told both myself and Isabel, based on what Isabel had told her. She talked to Isabel for 2.5 hours. Based on what Isabel told her, she said to Isabel, Isabel, I cannot tell you not to obey the judge. But without telling you not to obey the judge, I would not go with you.
So Ms. Spar,
So I think that
you're giving me new information.
I didn't get a chance.
I don't want new information. All I want is to know what you want and why, but the why has to be based on testimony presented.
Okay.
So you want them to have supervised visits, and the reason you want supervised visits is because you want somebody else to see how Mr. Cook interacts with his children?
I would like, the girls are going to start seeing Shannon Louder, and I would like for Shannon Louder to talk with them, and maybe she can let you know how that's going or what's happening. But I have been advised by Protective Services. They couldn't tell me not to listen to you, but that would be the best situation for the girls. They are both very scared of Carl. His behavior has progressively gotten worse over the years. He's just, you can't believe a word that he says. He waters everything down. So please, just protect my
kids. Let me ask you, do you remember the name of the CPS worker that you spoke with?
Her name was Ashley Plum. And she
hold on, I don't want you to tell me what she told you. How recently did she see the girls? How recently did she speak with Mr. Cook?
Okay, she just seen Chloe last week on Tuesday. And I think she talked to him just a little bit after that.
So within the last week or two, this CPS worker has spoken with both your daughters, with you, and with Mr. Cook.
Yes, and the doctor's office called Protective Services, not myself. I called on the 25th, that evening I called Protective Services, but there wasn't enough information for them to open a case. So Isabel's doctor, when Isabel had her visit with her, Isabel's doctor went through all of their files, and which there's 5 doctors. So not every doctor reads the whole file before they go back in. And based on what she had been reading and what had been going on over a 5-year period, she called Protective Services and reported mental and physical abuse.
How do you know the doctor's office made a report?
Because she told me that she did. I talked with Isabel's doctor, and she said to me, I don't have any other choice.
Who's the doctor?
They go see Dr. Wilsey.
Losey?
Wilsey.
Spell that.
I have to write it out. I think it's Wilsey. Wilsey. I just call her Wilsey.
And where's Dr. Wilsey's office?
There's 2 offices. There's one in Chelsea and one in Ann Arbor, and she mainly has been doing Ann Arbor, but most of our visits have been telemed visits for like the last month or last year or 9 months.
All right. So you would like me to order supervised visits. I get that. I'm going to hear from Mr. Cook now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cook, I think I've already heard from you what you want me to order and why. You want me, first of all, to punish Ms. Spar for disobeying my orders for visitations. And you also want me to order Chloe to begin coming to visits again, but you want those visits expanded so that you get holidays every other weekend, 4 weeks during the summer, basically what the friend of the court handbook
Right,
calls
just how it's stated. I mean, I like, sorry, Your Honor.
reasonable rights of parenting time.
Correct.
All right. I understand that that's what you're looking for. So I am going to close the record today. This hearing is live streamed on the internet. I'm going to turn off the live stream. I'm going to boot everybody else out except for Chloe. But I want to talk to Chloe privately. I'm not going to quiz her about things that happened. I don't do that. But I want to get her perspective on what kind of a relationship she wants with Mr. Cook and why. With that, and then I will, once I get that information, I will issue a decision. It's possible that I might hold another hearing very shortly so that I can hear directly from this CPS worker that's doing an investigation. But that will be on the record. You'll all get a chance to hear that. Mr. Cook, you had a question?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, oddly enough, this CPS worker was the same CPS worker that handled the case the first time when she did file a false police report on me. She had a copy of the CD. She's seen it. She knows the whole thing, the whole case. So it's just perfect that the CPS worker was the same one I had the first time. So she can collaborate everything I said. She's seen the video. She's seen me that I got pushed, and Jen never got touched. I never got close to her. She wasn't holding Chloe. And so everything she said about her not lying, she will collaborate and prove that, yeah, she was lying.
All right. So it sounds like this is a witness that you believe I should hear from. And
Yes,
Ms.
I thought
Spar,
about it.
and I think Ms. Spar thinks I need to hear from this witness. So I think that's what will be good. I'll schedule another hearing very shortly. As soon as I can get it on my calendar, I will notify you. Ms. Spar, I want to tell you something. The theatrics that you go through when I'm hearing from Mr. Cook aren't helping your cause. They don't do you any good at all. When I see you behaving like that on the other side of the camera, it makes me believe all the things that Mr. Cook tells me about you.
Can't help myself.
You need to control yourself, ma'am.
Ooh, okay, everybody take a breather. After that, they all went quiet for a couple minutes, and the judge spoke privately with Chloe, which was off camera, so they shut down this stream. I know we probably all should take a couple deep breaths. That was a little bit intense, I know. There was some very long, drawn out, boring parts, and then there was some crazy parts that give you a headache listening to them. while I am pulling up the next part, let's see if we can do this again. All right, how many moms and how many dads? You can vote again. It'll just keep calculating in the other direction, apparently. Who's crazier, mom or dad? Is mom still runaway winner? Mom, dad? They're still going for mom. What do you think? Is it mom? Do you think mom or dad? You want to tell them about it? Do you think it's mom or dad? Dad scares you, huh? You say dad. Say dad. That's scary. Huh? You got all shaky. Did you get all shaky? His dad was yelling. Ziggy was having a panic attack and needed to be held. So I actually did some research on this. While I was looking this up, the judge mentioned the parental alienation. And I had heard the term before, but I didn't know what it meant. And I was reading through like the long lasting effects of it. And holy geez, like it messes kids up for the rest of their lives. Like they're going to be in therapy for years from trauma caused by parents fighting like this. It really has such a hard, it puts them in such a hard position because one parent is pulling them one way, another's pulling them another, and they have to choose sides because both of them are, so against each other. It's really hard. It's hard to watch, but at the same time, yeah, I don't know. So the next two clips are a lot shorter than the previous two. And the first one is the CPS worker. So she was actually called out twice. Dad swears mom called her out. Mom says that the doctor called her out. And then I think the judge actually got her involved to look at the situation, talk to the kids, and see what was going on. I'm not positive, but he had something to do with it, making sure she was involved, talking to the kids. So this is hearing 4, and this is going into January of 2021. And it starts with the CPS worker, and then it's going to go straight into hearing 5, which is going to be just a couple weeks after that. And that's the final hearing where everything blows up. So here we go.
So, folks, same rules as before. I'm going to mute your devices. I will give you a chance to speak in turn. Do not unmute your device unless I direct you to unmute it. If you violate that, I'm going to give you one warning. If you do it again, I'm kicking you out of the hearing and I'm going to finish it without you. Okay, Ms. Plum, would you raise your right hand, please? You do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your full name for the record.
Ashley Plum, Plumb.
And Ms. Plum, how are you employed?
I am a CPS investigator employed with the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services.
And could you give me briefly your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Michigan State University, focusing on family and child community resources and services. I have nearly 15 years in the field of child and adolescence, and have been employed by MDHHS for 6 years.
In the course of your work as a CPS investigator, were you called upon to investigate the family that is before us today, Ms. Farr and Mr. Cook?
Yes, I was assigned two investigations with this family in my past career.
All right, and you were kind enough to forward your investigative reports for both investigations to the court. If I'm remembering correctly, is it correct that neither complaint was substantiated?
That is correct.
During the course of either investigation, did you discover any facts that would suggest that Mr. Cook is a danger to either one of his children?
No.
In the course of your investigation, did you, well, let me ask you before I do that, are you familiar with the term parental alienation?
Yes, I am.
That's part of your scholastic training in family and child issues.
Yes.
In either investigation, did you see any indication of possible parental alienation by either parent?
Through each investigation, although it wasn't my direct allegation or the direct assignment, through both investigations, there were situations where the girls were not visiting per the court ordered visitation is what I understood. And each investigation, I believe, was for different reasons. The second investigation was originally due to COVID-19, so they were staying with their mother, which was originally agreed upon. And then the first investigation, I do not recall, I'd have to look back in my notes, but I do believe there was some withholding from court-ordered visitation.
During the course of each investigation, you had opportunity to interview both girls privately?
Yes, I did.
Did you see any indication in either investigation that someone was trying to influence the girls' reports to you?
The most recent investigation, I did interview both girls, and I would answer that question as my interview with the younger child, Chloe, was a bit different in the reference to she was speaking upon stories and incidents that she was not present for or that she was told that had happened. When asked how she knew those things, she would reference that her mom had told her those things, if that would answer your question.
Was that at all concerning to you?
Yes, it was.
Tell me why.
It was apparent that her recollection of things was not coming from her own recollection. It was coming from someone else, which she shared was her mother. It was almost as if she was speaking from someone else's perspective. She wasn't answering the questions like a young child would. She was answering the questions about things that were told to her, and she was telling me that her mom told her.
So with respect to your most recent investigation, I remember reading that you had made a recommendation to the parents concerning counseling. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What was your recommendation?
I was strongly encouraging that the mother follow up and get both girls, but specifically the older daughter, enrolled in counseling. That was also strongly encouraged from their primary care doctor, and that had been talked about with their family care, regular family care doctor as well. The older daughter, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The older daughter was displaying more like anxiety issues relating to visitation, Carl, and it was important that she had the outlet to talk to somebody.
How was that recommendation for counseling received?
I actually made a referral to the healing place for both girls. And then that was when I closed out my investigation. So I made Ms. Barr aware that I had made the referral, and I had made her aware that somebody would be calling her from the local resource, a healing place, to set up counseling. And that was when I closed my report. So I'm not sure, I don't have an answer to the follow-up on that. I apologize.
In either of your investigation, did you uncover any reason why these girls shouldn't be regularly visiting with their father?
No, there was no imminent risk or safety hazards identified at their father's home. What they did express was anxiety and emotional concerns that was recommended to discuss further through therapy. The concerns that I addressed with Mr. Koch was like the cracking of the toes and the way that he was engaging with his daughters. And I recommended that he not do those things anymore because the girls expressed that they didn't like that. And that was something that they didn't enjoy when they were with him. So things like that were reviewed with him as far as safety and engagement with his daughters. And he was receptive to that.
Okay, Ms. Plum, I don't have any more questions for you, but I want to give each parent the opportunity to question you. So I'm going to unmute Ms. Spar. Ms. Spar, solely for the purpose of you asking Ms. Plum questions, not for the purpose of you giving testimony in response to anything she said, okay?
I would
Do
like
you have
to.
any questions?
Yes, I have questions. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we
Okay.
Go ahead with your question.
Okay, the first thing that I would like to ask Mrs. Plum is, do you remember when you first came here and me and Isabel and Chloe were all talking with you, and I said to you that we have learned our lesson about not recording conversations, and that it is important for us to record every single conversation that we have with someone that is involving this particular case, because we've found in the past that people say things that we didn't say, and they also try to minimize what was said. So we informed you that the conversation was going to be recorded. I recorded my conversation with you, and Isabel took it upon herself to record her conversation with you. So we do have those. I just want to, I'm going to ask her some questions.
Is there a question in there somewhere?
Yep.
Please get to the question.
Do you remember telling Isabel after Isabel had a conversation with you, do you remember saying to Isabel, based on what I have heard as far as your involvement with your dad, without telling you to disobey a judge's order, I'm telling you for your safety, do not go with your dad again. Do you remember telling that to Isabel?
No, I typically don't tell children not to go with their fathers. Obviously, I want the court order to be followed. I cannot go against the court ordered parenting time. But if she feels like she doesn't want to visit, then that's your choice as a parent.
Okay.
What I would have said.
So I will refresh you on what you told us. You said without telling you to disobey the judge's order, I'm telling you that for your safety, do not go with your father based on what you have told me. That's what you told Isabel. I have another question. Do you remember what Isabel said to you when you asked her if she felt that her father was a danger to her? Do you remember what she said to you?
No, I had to refresh in the report what her exact response was about a danger.
Okay. She said that she felt in great fear of her father and felt like he was on the verge of triggering at times, and that she felt like he was going to attack her. She felt like he puts her in a situation where she feels like
Stop you. Ms. Plum, do you remember any statement of that nature?
I remember the older child talking about her dad when he gets triggered, and I would try to get the girls to tell me what that meant, which meant like he puffs his chest, and none of that was touching the girls in any physical aggression type way. She was just describing his emotional state when he gets triggered.
Okay, I have more questions. Do you remember Isabel telling you that he puffs out his chest and pushes her backwards?
Puffs out his chest. I do remember that. I do not remember anybody saying that he pushes anybody backwards. No.
And when you were talking with Isabel, she was crying, and she said to you, we feel like we have been swept under the rug. We feel like we've been sent to several different people and nobody seems to want to help us. Do you remember what your response was to her?
Well, first, let me ask you, do you remember her saying that?
Yes, I do remember her talking like that and having those statements, which is why I recall talking to her about
Your Honor, you're frozen. We can't hear you.
The problem must be at your end.
Are you there? I do recall her saying that.
Hold on. I can't hear. Looks like she's lost her connection somehow. Ms. Barr, can you hear me? Ms. Barr, can you hear me now?
I can hear. I cannot hear the question that you asked Mrs. Plum, though.
I asked her if she remembered hearing Isabel say those things, which I think is a necessarily prelude to what did you say in response. She said yes, she remembers Isabel saying those things. So now she can answer the next question. Does she remember what she told Isabel in response to that?
I do remember having a conversation with Isabel about counseling and having somebody for her to talk to about those things. And I remember letting both of them know, and the family, Chloe was present, but I'm talking as Mrs. Barr and the older child, that I am not able to violate a court order, and that I wasn't going to do that at that time. So that was the decision of Ms. Barr. But I do remember talking to Isabel about counseling and somebody for her to talk to.
Okay, I just want to make it clear that Ashley, you did say I can't tell you
Ms. Barr, I told you at the start, this is your opportunity to ask Ms. Plum questions.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
If you want later to give testimony. In response to that, you will get a chance, but it's not that time.
Okay. When Isabel was talking with you, Miss Plum, did you feel that Isabel was sincere and what she was saying was coming from her?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, for Isabel directly.
Okay. And do you feel like Isabel had reason to be scared of her dad after everything she explained to you that had happened?
That was her own personal recollection of her own emotional feelings. So she was telling me that was how she was feeling. My definition of scared
Okay.
is very different than hers.
Okay. But you did. Okay. And do you remember when I came back downstairs and we were talking together? Do you remember telling me that Isabel is extremely scared of her father and that she has emotional damage based on this fear? Do you remember telling me that?
That was part of our discussion for the importance of counseling. I would recollect that she was crying during our interview, and
Okay.
about the importance of getting her hooked up with counseling.
Okay, so you don't remember us talking to you about her counselor that she has been seeing now for 6 months? You don't remember us talking to you about the counselor that she sees every week?
To my knowledge, she was not in counseling at the time that I was at your house.
Yes, she was. She had been doing counseling since the beginning of school, and she also did counseling at the end. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting sorry. Okay, my next question is, both girls explained to you about how Carl holds Chloe down as she is screaming and crying with tears, and he holds Chloe down and he pulls her toes and he will not let her up, and that this is very torturous and painful for Chloe, and that you felt like that is definitely beyond the lines of appropriate behavior, and that this is, you expressed that this is almost a form of torture. Do you remember that?
I have had very significant abuse cases that directly result in torture. I do not remember saying the word torture about the cracking of the toes. I do recall saying that was inappropriate, and if the girls didn't want him to do that, telling each girl, tell him to stop, and then I would follow up with him about a conversation, telling him that wasn't appropriate, they didn't like that anymore, which I did. I do not recall saying the word torture.
Okay. Do you remember telling me that you felt that it was important for the girls to go to Shannon Louder's because she is able to work with a friend of the court, and that you would like to recommend to her that the girls be supervised while in the care of Carl? Do you remember telling us that?
I remember telling that Shannon Louder is in my opinion, one of the best. And I remember telling you that I would make the referral. I do not recall saying anything about recommending supervised visits because that is not something that I do.
Okay. You said you can't do that, but okay, I'll switch to the next question. Do you feel that it is okay for Carl to be able to hold Chloe down, do things such as pulling the toes or twisting her hand or her wrist very hard? Do you feel that that's okay?
I don't feel like that's okay if the girls don't like that, and that's the conversation that I had with him.
Okay. Do you think any child would like their hand or their wrist to be turned to the point that is very painful and then for it to be smacked? Do you feel that that's not abuse?
The allegations in that investigation did not rise to the level of a physical abuse per policy that the Children's Protective Services manual follows. I had a conversation with him about the inappropriateness if the girls did not like the way that he engaged with them, and that conversation was held with him, and I would take that as a safety plan moving forward.
Okay. Can Mrs. Plum, I would like for you to repeat what Isabel said to you on Friday, September 25th. Could you explain to me what she said happened that night, please?
Am I able to refer back to my report for this?
Of course you can, if that would.
You do whatever you.
Friday, September 12th. Of 2020?
Yes.
I'm thinking if that was the first day. I got the case on October 15th.
Okay. It was, they had gone on September 20th. That's what this whole thing got, how all of this got started, is on September 25th. They went with their dad that Friday night. And there was a situation.
Okay, Ms. Farr. Ms.
Do you
Farr,
remember
I don't want you testifying. Apparently, Ms. Plum, her
Okay,
question was not what the child said to you on September 25th, but rather what the child told you happened on the 25th.
Yeah.
Okay, the first contact that I had with the children was on October 16th. And what was the specific question? I'm sorry.
Okay, so when you got here, we explained to you the situation where they had to go with their father. It was court ordered to start going on September 25th. It was a Friday. And when he showed up at the house, there was a situation that happened that Friday, and we spoke in great detail about what happened, all three of us. And then me and Chloe went upstairs. Can you tell me what Isabel's testimony was to you about that day?
I'm referring to my notes for this specific situation. I talked to Isabel about quite a bit. So let me refer to the specific situation about that specific situation. Is this when Chloe was crying, saying she didn't want to go? There were a lot of different situations about when she talked about when Carl showed up.
So you can't remember what the girls and I had said to you happened that Friday?
Oh, well, if you just speaking off the cuff, yes, that he pulled up, that they didn't want to go, that he walked down the street with Chloe. Is that the situation? Because there's a lot of situations that we talked about. And which time,
okay, we talked about.
Are you referencing?
Okay. It was when he showed up and he had seen Isabel in 5 months. He had not seen Chloe in a certain amount of time, but he didn't even say hi to them. And they got into the car and he started cussing them out in front of me and my mom. And it was extremely loud, and that they pulled away and went down the street.
Let me stop you, Ms. Farr. I don't want to hear your description of what you saw. Ms. Plum,
I'm giving her
that.
It was what our whole reason for having.
Yes, and then he took them to his house. Isabel decided that she didn't want to stay, so because he said he was going to take Isabel to the grandma's, is my recollection. He took Isabel home. And you're shaking your head. So there's a lot of situations that were talked about. So this is not the right situation.
That is, but that's not what we told you happened. So obviously you don't remember at all what happened. That's fine.
I'm telling you what I remember.
Okay. I can see that you have not taken good enough notes to refer to that.
Okay, do you want me to read from my report, from what I wrote in my report?
Well, I would hope that you would have referred to what the girls actually said to you happened.
I was just doing that.
Okay, that's not what was said in the interview.
Ms. Farr, I don't want you arguing with the witness, okay?
No, I'm not. I'm going to ask more
No,
questions.
that's exactly what you're doing, and I don't want you doing it. You can ask questions if you want. I don't want to hear arguments from you. Questions are what you can ask, and if you go afield this much more, I'm just going to cut you off.
Okay. Can you give me an example of a situation where Chloe said that I told her something?
One situation that strikes my memory right away is when I was interviewing Chloe, she was referencing a time when she was telling me a story about how Carl pushed Miss Farr down the stairs, and asked her how she knew that, or if she was there, did she see that, asking clarifying questions. And she had told me that her mom told her that, which is how she knew that. And she wasn't, if I recall, she said she wasn't even born yet. So that was one of the stories. Do you want me to keep going about different stories?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So that was one situation where she said that her mom had told her about something. I have to refer to my notes. I have had several investigations obviously going on since then. So
take your time, Ms. Plum.
oh, okay, here. Okay, so there was a time where Chloe was referencing when the family had a puppy, or Isabel had a puppy, and that the puppy was thrown in a snowbank. And I asked her if she had saw that, and how'd she knew that? This particular situation, she said that Isabel had told her that story. So that was another one that I was referencing that wasn't coming directly from Chloe's recollection. Another story was that Chloe talked about the family having a bunny, and her dad and Carl twisting the bunny's head and killing the bunny. I asked more clarifying questions about this situation, and if she saw it happen, how she knew these things, and that she had said that she wasn't born yet, and Isabel had told her that story. There was a story about a the Miss Farr, and then just asking clarifying questions about words and definitions that Chloe was using, such as the words violence or evil or cruel, and just asking Chloe to elaborate on those words and what those words mean. And she did not know the definition of those words. That is pretty much summing up the interview with Chloe as far as things that are being told to her or her perception from other people.
Okay, Mrs. Plum, do you remember? Do you remember asking Chloe if she knew what the word evil was?
Yes.
Do you remember what her response was?
I'm going to get the exact I'm going to get the exact, here it was, because I don't want to say anything incorrect because I asked her a lot of questions. She had voluntarily said he is just evil. On her own, she freely said that. I asked her what the word evil meant, if she could define that or explain what she meant by evil. And then she described the situation about the puppy. That's when she went on to talk about the puppy.
So do you think she was giving you a story of an example of evil by telling you that story about the dog, even though she wasn't present, but she was using that as an example of evil?
She was not able to define what she meant by evil, and she just started into that story. So that's all I can reference.
Okay.
Situation.
So she could not give you the definition, but she gave you a story instead of what she thought was evil.
Well, she was telling a lot of stories during my interview, and the point where she would just talk, and then she would stop and say, well, I don't remember what I was going to say. So I can't answer that appropriately to say if she was or not, because she was talking quite a bit, quite quickly, and she would stop and say, I don't remember what I was going to say. So I'm not sure. I can't answer that appropriately.
Okay. And then the other one was, do you remember asking her if she knew what the definition of I believe what word was it that she used? Evil, and then the word dangerous. No, it wasn't. I don't know. I can't remember the second word. I have violent. Yes, violent. It's right here. Okay. Violent.
Miss Barr, I want you to excuse your children from the room right now.
Do you remember asking her about the word violent and if she knew what that word meant?
I do. I do asking her if she knew what the word violent meant, which she did not know what that word meant. I do remember at the end of the interview when Miss Barr came downstairs and told us that she was listening to the interview, and she then told Chloe that she knows what being violent means, and was explaining to Chloe, Miss Barr was explaining to Chloe what it meant, and trying to get her to talk to CPS about what the word violent meant, which then Chloe, her definition was a referee, and talked about the sport of boxing.
Okay, so do you feel that when I asked her if she could give you an example of what the word violent meant, do you think that that was a good description of what violence is?
If that was her definition of what violent meant, was boxing. Okay. So that was her definition as a young child. That was her definition of violent.
Okay, so you do feel that she did understand what you were saying, but she was not able to describe to you a definition. Instead, she gave you an example.
That was after you came down and joined the interview.
Yes. Okay. And then as far as Isabel is concerned, while you were talking with Isabel, do you remember Isabel telling you that she felt like nothing was going to ever be done, that we've gone to several different people and talked to several different people? And do you remember Isabel telling you she was so afraid that you were also going to go to the judge and say to the judge that this is not a serious, dangerous situation for them to be in? Do you remember Isabel telling you this?
I remember Isabel telling me that nobody listens, and they've talked to several people. I do not recall telling me that I was going to go to the judge and say something specific. I'd have to look back and see if I document anything about that, but I don't remember her saying me specifically going to the judge and telling him or not telling him something.
Okay. Do you
That's what you're
remember?
saying.
Well, I was asking you if you remembered her telling you that she felt like this was not going to be taken serious once again and that they were going to be put in danger again.
I know that I explained the process to Isabel, and she was present for many, almost all of the conversations that I had with you about my role, specifically being an investigator for abuse and neglect, not with the friend of the court regarding recommendations or implementing change to parenting time. That's not my role. And I believe that she heard me when I was talking about that.
So you don't remember Isabel telling you specifically that she felt like this case was not going to be taken seriously and she was scared that they were going to be put back into a dangerous situation with her father.
I remember Isabel saying that she felt that this case wasn't going to be taken seriously and that they would have to go back with their dad.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And that she was scared because of what she had been through so far, that she was afraid you were going to turn your back on them like so many people had before. Do you remember having that conversation with her?
I remember having that conversation in the term that is not I cannot make a change to the parenting time. So I was going to collect all of her information and put it in my report, which I did.
Okay. You said that you felt like there was no danger in sending the children back with Mr. Cook. Could you please explain to me what no danger means?
In reference to this second investigation, regarding, there was a mention of the cracking of the toes and things that he had done while the girls were in his home. Verbally abusive. There was no reference of physical abuse and the reference of putting his hands on the children. Neither of the girls disclosed any marks or bruises. There was discussion about purposely cracking the toes and the way that he engages with the children. That was addressed with him.
Okay. Do you remember the girls explaining to you that when he gets angry, he snaps and he starts cussing about an inch away from their faces at the top of his lungs? And that Isabel explained to you that when this happens, she is frozen with fear and cannot even move and is afraid he's going to attack her. Do you remember Isabel having that conversation with you?
Yes, I do remember her talking about her definition of what she describes him as being triggered. And those things were mentioned: getting close to the face, swearing, raising his voice, things like that. And those things were discussed with him as not being appropriate. Those things also do not meet criteria to open this CPS case that I investigated.
Okay. Ashley, do you remember you and I talking about Carl using injectable steroids?
Yes, you mentioned that information to me.
Okay. And do you remember the article that I had referred to about the dangers of injectable steroids and what happens over a progressive amount of time? Do you remember having that conversation?
Yes, I remember you sharing that information with me.
Okay. And do you believe that that's true?
That is a personal opinion that I don't have any I'm not a medical practitioner or any kind of licensure to talk about injectable steroids. I don't know enough other than the article and information that you personally shared about injectable steroids. So I don't have an answer about my opinion on injectable steroids.
So, have you ever had another client that you know of that they brought to your attention that the father or mother was using injectable steroids?
Never.
Do you have any? You've never have any, so you're not real familiar with that situation before.
Never.
Okay. Ashley, do you remember the girls when we came back down the first time you were here, and myself and Chloe and Isabel, and we were talking, and you made a promise to them? Do you remember what that promise was, Ashley? Right before you left?
A promise?
Yes.
No, I don't recall making a promise.
Okay. You don't remember making the promise that you're going to do everything in your power to help to keep them safe? Do you remember saying that to them?
I don't remember using the word promise because I don't feel that I would use that in my professional career. But I do remember talking about following up and making sure that I made sure that they were safe. And part of that was making a referral for an assessment with the healing place, because that is what they specialize in.
Okay, so you don't remember telling them that you were going to do everything that you could possibly do to try to keep them safe from Mr. Cook?
Safety is my job, and that was what I was going to do: assess the situation for safety and make sure that they were safe.
Okay. Do you feel, in your opinion, after talking with Isabel and Chloe, do you feel that they have reason to be scared of them based on what they told you?
Each child had a very different with me. Okay. The older child had a lot of emotional anxiety, pent up underlying issues that I personally, again, am not licensed to address, which is why a referral was made to the healing place. The
Okay.
child expressed information that I did observe that may not have been coming directly from her own mind. So that's why they had very different interviews. But I'm not sure if what your question was, but they did express their own concern, and that was addressed in this investigation.
Okay. Do you remember telling me when I came back downstairs and we were talking together, do you remember saying to me, I feel after talking to both children that they are very scared of the situation that they are being put in when they go with their father?
I remember talking to you about how Isabel was open with me and talked about her emotions and how she felt about her relationship with her father.
So you don't remember telling me that it was obvious to you that they are both very scared of going with their dad?
It was obvious to me that Isabel was emotionally charged, talking about visitation with her dad. It was obvious. Okay. And I remember telling you that I cannot violate a court order, that this will be addressed, that I would make a referral to the healing place, and things could move forward in that capacity.
Okay. Ashley, I know that you have a lot of cases, and I'm trying to stick to a question here, but this is, I'm trying to choose questions to refresh your memory based on what
the kids and I said to you, and based on what you said to us. And it was a very clear question. Do you feel that my children are scared of their father?
I would have to say that Isabel expressed emotionally charged information. Her definition of being scared is very different than mine. I put her information in the report on her feelings. The information that I gathered from them was that their father had never hurt or harmed them in any criteria that would meet physical abuse in my investigation. We talked about the idea of mental injury because a lot of the information that I gathered from this investigation was emotional and underlying. It was not outward physical abuse. And we talked about that openly, that it did not meet the criteria of physical abuse.
Okay, Ashley, do you remember Chloe explaining to you that she had been held down and her toes were pulled and it hurt very bad and she was screaming while this was being done?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember Chloe telling you that he twists her wrist and her arm very hard and then hits her hard? Do you remember her telling you this?
I do not remember her saying hits her hard. No.
Okay. Do you remember Isabel explaining to you watching Carl do these things to Chloe and that she felt helpless because she could not interfere because she was afraid he would attack her?
I do not recall her saying that she was afraid he would attack her. I do believe she was expressing that she felt helpless about not being able to do anything when he was cracking Chloe's toes or holding her down.
So you don't remember Isabel telling you that she was extremely scared when he would physically harm Chloe and felt like she could not help because if she got involved, he would attack her. You don't remember Isabel saying that to you?
I just said that I do recall her telling me that story, that she would feel helpless, that she wouldn't be able to do anything.
Okay. Do you remember Isabel telling you that she felt like she had to go so that she could keep Chloe safe while she's there?
Yeah, she did say that.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, Mrs. Plum, in your professional opinion, do you feel that there is a reason for my children to have, to go with, I don't know how to word this. Do you feel in your professional opinion that there is no reason whatsoever for my kids, for us to be alarmed or in fear of my children going with Mr. Cook? In your opinion, in your professional opinion, do you feel there's no reason, based on what my children have said and based on what I have said, that there's no reason for safety whatsoever?
Ms. Spar, I'm basing my testimony on 30 days involved with your family in October to November, most recently.
So
I remember asking you said that you thought he was going to kill the girls and harm them. And I remember asking you, what made you feel that way and why? And had he ever done anything like that before? And had he had any weapons, anything like that made you feel like he was going to kill you or the girls? And you could not tell me any, you just said that you felt that way. So that's your personal feeling, Ms. Spar. And my professional feeling from this investigation is that I made a referral for the girls to get assessed for their mental health. That is very important. I could not open this case based on any disclosure that I got from the girls. No.
So you don't remember what my response was, is what you're saying?
What?
When I asked you, when you said to me, why do you feel that he is going to harm? And that's not the question you asked me. You said to me, why do you feel he's going to show up and shoot up the house? I don't remember ever saying that, and it wasn't in the interview, but do you remember what my response was to you when you asked me that question?
What question? About him showing up or harming the kids?
You said to me, you said, why do you feel that Mr. Cook is going to show up and shoot up the house?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what my response was to you?
That he had showed up before?
My response was to you that he had showed up in the past,
Mm-hmm.
and that he had acted unpredictable, and that he was not predictable at any given time, and that there were times that he has showed violence to me in the past. And that, I mean, you don't remember that response from me and what else I said? Okay.
Yes.
And that we were afraid that he was going to, do you remember me saying to you that I was afraid that he was a ticking time bomb and that he was going to eventually explode?
Yes, I remember you saying that.
Okay, you do remember me saying that. Do you remember Isabel saying that to you in your interview with her?
Generalized, yes, that she thought that he was going to explode, and hence when I would ask what that means, we already talked about that.
Okay. And did she feel like he was going to?
That's what she was expressing to me, but I was trying to get her to tell me more and give me more on what that means.
Do you remember what she said about what that meant?
That he would, I already talked about that he would puff his chest, yell, get in their face, things like that. That is
okay.
Neglect in my professional career, Miss Spar.
Okay, I understand that there's guidelines that you have to go by, and I understand what you had said to me as far as the aspect of you don't have the power to say that you could not determine whether or not this was a physical or a mental case, and that you were having a hard time with deciding which it was. Is this a physical or is this a mental? And that you needed to talk to your supervisor about that to see what she would have to say and how you were going to be able to place this case. That it was going to be one or the other, but you couldn't determine at the time whether it was going to be physical or mental.
Right.
Okay. So you are agreeing that we talked about physical and mental abuse in this case?
We discussed it, yes. And I talked about the child protection law, and I offered to send you a protection manual. We did talk about definitions of abuse and neglect.
Okay, and I did read that, and I did in that it does specifically say everything that we have talked about. It specifically talks about physical and mental.
Ms. Spar, you're supposed to be asking questions.
Sorry, I keep getting sidetracked from that. Okay, Mrs. Plum, do you remember when we were talking and I was expressing to you that my main goal was to just keep my kids safe from someone that I felt had the potential to click and to basically just snap, and that I was afraid, based on what they had been through so far, that this was going to happen and that nobody was listening to me. Mrs.
Is that a question? Yes, I recall that conversation.
Mrs. Plum, do you know who Gabriel Fernandez is?
Who?
Gabriel Fernandez.
Not off of my memory, no.
Okay. I don't, if you don't know who he is, then I guess there's no reason to going into this questioning that I'm about to ask you. But Mrs. Plum, today I'm asking you to please answer the questions truthfully and to the best of your ability. Do you feel, Mrs. Plum, that I have any legitimate reason to worry about my children with Mr. Cook?
Ms. Farr, I have a difficult time answering that because your perception of your own fear is different than my personal opinion or professional opinion. From the information that I gathered from this investigation, outside of your personal perception of what you think might happen, CPS cannot, that's not our role. We cannot stay involved for what may happen. We cannot.
Okay, so
30 days, and I assessed the situation for 30 days. In my opinion, the girls had not seen Carl in 5 to 6 months. We were discussing their emotional concerns. I talked to Carl, discussed a safety plan, and I did not have enough information to open my investigation. No.
Okay, so you don't remember saying that you needed to talk to your supervisor to determine how the case was going to be opened, whether it would be physical or mental.
Yes, I remember talking about that because we have to talk to our supervisor. It was not an opening for physical abuse. There was not enough criteria to meet that definition. I cannot change the investigation to mental injury. I am not a licensed, we talked about this. I cannot determine mental injury. That is the purpose of making the referral to a healing place.
Okay, do you remember Isabel explaining to you in tears while she was crying, Ashley? Do you remember her saying to you, "We need help. We need help, Ashley. Please help me and my sister"? Do you remember her crying and begging you for help? I want an honest answer, Ashley. Do you remember her saying that to you and crying and begging for your help?
Ms. Farr, she already answered the question.
Okay.
Turn down the theatrics.
I'm just saying, I'm very frustrated because this has been a very long road for me.
Ms. Farr, this is your time to ask questions. I think I've heard enough. I'm going to mute you now. Mr. Cook, do you have any questions for Ms. Plum?
Just one real quickly, Your Honor. Hello, Ashley. I was curious if you remember the video that I made when for the first time that you talked to me when Jen made the false police report, and then I had to counter her police report with the video and me making making a report on her regardless.
Yes, I do recall on the situation you're referencing in 2018 for a separate investigation that you did have a video from that situation.
And do you recall that what she stated was completely the opposite of what you've seen on that video?
From that investigation in 2018, I recall each party said a different situation on what happened. Basically, he said, she said situation. In the video, I do recall that there was no footage of the actual incident from my recollection of remembering that case, that it was like the ground, it was showing like the ground or the air, or it was no like actual incident of what happened.
Well, the video itself, it showed, I mean, the whole time me talking to her and.
Well, talking, yes, the verbal, but.
And it also basically shows I didn't get anywhere close to her. I did not touch her like she stated. She said I pushed her against something on the porch and she got a big bruise. I never even came close to her, did I?
That case was a denial. There was no evidence that anybody, there was no evidence to determine who or what happened during that incident.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Plum, thank you. I appreciate your testimony here today. You are free to leave.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Spar, I told you that I would give you a chance to testify if you wish concerning anything that was raised in Ms. Plum's testimony. So this is a continuation of the hearing that we began a few weeks ago. You were placed under oath then. Do you understand that you are still under oath? All right. You're muted, so you got to unmute.
Sorry. Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
I remember, and I am telling 100% the truth.
All right. So right now I'm going to give you a chance to offer any testimony that bears directly on anything that Ms. Plum was questioned about. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So as far as Mrs. Plum's testimony, she could not recall exactly there was only two situations that she had wrote down that she could actually refer to. And that was, she said that when Chloe gave a response to her, that it came from me. And there was one situation that had happened earlier that day when I was on the phone and Chloe heard two things, and I explained to Mrs. Plum. I was trying to get her to say what I had said, and she could not remember what I had said about what had happened as far as the dog being buried into the snowbank and me and Isabel finding the dog in the snowbank. And then the second one was about me being thrown down the steps pregnant, and I had a miscarriage after being thrown down from the steps. Those two situations, I had been talking to someone on the phone, and I did not realize that Chloe was hiding around the corner. That had happened earlier that day. So Chloe was responding to what she had heard earlier. So when I explained to Mrs. Plum the situation, and I had told her that I sat down and talked with Chloe, this was quite a bit of very pronounced part of our conversation, that I explained to Chloe that when I'm having a personal conversation, that it's not okay for her to listen. I explained to her what eavesdropping meant, and that there were certain things that I didn't want Chloe to hear because I didn't want to influence her. But she could not remember any of the things that Chloe had actually said to her in Chloe's interview with her. She didn't recall any of the things that Chloe had said to her other than the pulling of the toes and twisting of the arms.
Ms. Spar, what you're doing is making argument to me about her testimony. I don't want to hear that now. All I want to hear, if you have specific information that you can testify to, not arguments, information that was prompted by something that Ms. Plum said, you can address that now. I don't want to hear any more arguments.
Okay, I'm afraid I don't understand the question. Let me just see if I got the question right. Based on what Ashley has said, I can question what she has said?
if there was anything that she testified to that you disagree with or dispute
Oh,
or
okay. Okay.
want to clarify,
I
you can testify to that. What I don't want to hear is you making arguments about whether or not I should believe Ms. Plum.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay. So as far as her testimony goes, if I understand correctly, the things that I don't agree with that she said, is that what you want me to say? The part that I don't agree
Yeah,
with that she said?
yeah.
All right, somebody's getting a phone call. Mr. Cook, I'm going to mute you. Ms. Plum, I don't know how I can be more clear. Ms. Plum gave some testimony. If there was anything in her testimony that you dispute, you
Okay.
can testify to what you remember. That's
Okay.
all. I don't want you arguing to me about why I shouldn't believe Ms. Plum.
Okay. There are some things that I dispute that she said.
Let me hear about them.
Okay. I dispute the testimony that Mrs. Plum gave to you about her recollection of the conversations that she had with Chloe and Isabel, as far as them being scared of Carl. I dispute that particular part of her testimony where I feel like that particular part of them being scared, she did not testify in an honest manner. I don't feel that she testified based on what she remembered. The last interview that we had with Mrs. Plum, nothing in that interview was brought up. Nothing. And so I don't feel like she took good enough notes. And as far as the reason that I keep good notes is because of the situation here that we're dealing with. As far as her testifying that she did not feel that there was a fear, when I asked her questions about, do you feel that this situation is abuse? Or do you feel that this situation, that my children are scared? I don't feel that she testified honestly or based on memory. I feel like Mrs. Plum has been, like everybody else, manipulated by Mr. Cook and how manipulating he is. So I feel like since she went to his house and spoke with him last, she is adopting what he said. And when I spoke with Mrs. Plum, I was extremely clear about everything that we said. I didn't bring up anything at all that had ever happened to me. And even in court, I didn't bring up anything that he has done to me. I only brought up the concerns that I had with Mrs. Plum as far as their safety. And as Mrs. Plum told us in our interview, she said to us, I cannot tell you to disobey a judge's order, but Isabel, and she said, I told Isabel without telling her to disobey the judge's order based on what she said, I feel it is in Isabel's best interest to not get back in the car with her father. She said, he is dangerous. He's unpredictable. And based on what both girls had said to her, that she felt like he was violent and that he would trigger. This is what she told me based on what the girls had told her. So as far as her interview goes today, the same thing has happened today that has happened before when we have gone and talked to people.
Looks like we've lost Ms. Spar.
Are you there?
We've been here all along. Your image froze. It looks like you're having some trouble at your end.
Okay, but did you hear what I had said, or was it was frozen?
I heard all I need to hear, ma'am.
Oh, so would it be okay for me to? Would it be okay for me to continue with the other things that I disputed?
Briefly, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I would just like to say today that I do feel like you are a fair person. And I would like to apologize to the court if you felt like I was using any theatrics whatsoever, that I am only trying to do what's in the best interest.
I want you to address Ms. Plum's testimony only.
Okay.
If you don't have anything more to say about Ms. Plum's testimony, then I'm going to give Mr. Cook a chance.
Okay. I also would like to say that I feel that in her testimony today, that she could not recall a lot of the dangers and a lot of the things that I asked her specific questions on. I have
You're making arguments as to why I shouldn't believe her.
12 questions that I had asked her. And
Here's what I'm going to do.
I don't feel like she remembered.
You need to listen to me. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you one more chance to offer rebuttal to something that Ms. Plum said. The next time you veer off course, I'm going to conclude you don't have anything more to offer, and then I'm going to give Mr. Cook a chance.
Okay. I do not feel that Mrs. Plum, honestly and from memory, based on what we talked about today, spoke in honesty or by memory of what was talked about when she came here and she talked to us. I feel like Mrs. Plum did not take into consideration today that based on her testimony, that she said today what she said to us. I don't feel like her testimony was what she said to me.
All right, Ms. Barr, that's enough. Mr. Cook, is there any testimony that you would like to offer that was raised by anything that Ms. Plum had to say?
No, I just would like to use this as a reference on how she's always right. Everybody else is lying. It's all everybody else's fault. That's testimony to how she actually always is on every single issue. She knows it all. Everybody else is wrong.
All right, and that's by way of argument. So I understand. So let me ask you, Mr. Cook, and again, you understand that you're still under oath from the last hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
So the last incident that sort of spurred all of this on, it seemed quite clear that you did not want Isabel coming along for the visit, that you wanted to spend some time with Chloe that wasn't, and I don't remember if you used this word, but poisoned by Isabel's presence.
Correct. Just I didn't want the atmosphere tainted where she's in a bad mood and I got to deal with her being in a bad mood and when I'm trying to spend time with Chloe. Yes, I remember that and agree.
It's very clear that for whatever reasons, legitimate or not, that Isabel is of a mindset that she does not want to see you and does not want to spend time with you. I think under those circumstances, forcing her to spend time with you is counterproductive.
I would
the
agree.
only way we're going to be able to get at that is if indeed she is involved and engaged in counseling with a counselor who, outside of mom's influence, can have frank conversations with her and overcome this fear that she has.
100% I agree.
This counselor, normally what I like to do is leave it up to the counselor. Counselor establishes a relationship with the child. And then when the counselor thinks it's ready, introduce the parents to one or more sessions to try to address what's causing this and hopefully repair so that you can have somewhat of a normal relationship with your daughter.
I agree.
Your feeling at the present is you really want to see Chloe, but you don't want to force Isabel to participate in visits until she's willing to do that on her own.
Willing to do that. And when I agree that it's time, I'm not going to be forced into Jen saying, you have to take her too because the court says so and blah, blah. No, I'm the dad and we're having issues right now. So no, until I state, and if you want the counselor to agree to whatever, that's fine. But I'm not going to be forced into anything. And at this juncture, I think it, like you said, I agree that it would be detrimental to force Isabel to come right now. Yes.
Good morning. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I've got another matter that I've got to take up. What I'm going to do is put you guys in the waiting room. And then when I finish with this other matter, I will bring you back in. I don't think it's going to take a real long time. So just stay close.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
We are back on in Spar versus Cook. I'll give Ms. Spar a moment to get back in the room. So I'm going to give you both opportunities for argument, but before I do that, Ms. Spar, my understanding is your desire here is that I suspend parenting time completely for Mr. Cook. Is that what you're looking for?
I want supervised visitations, and based on what Chloe wants, Chloe doesn't want to ever see Carl again, but I know that that's not going to happen today. But if she does see him, I want it to be a supervised visitation with someone from an organization outside of his family.
And how do you feel about Chloe attending parenting time on her own as opposed to with her sister tagging along?
She will never go with Carl by herself without Isabel again. I know that. She will not get back into the car with him. And neither one of the girls, I can tell you right now.
All right. Ma'am, I was just, yeah. I don't want to hear your argument yet. I will do that briefly. I just wanted to make sure what your objective was. Okay. So since the impetus for this is Mr. Cook's parenting time objections, he gets the first word. So Mr. Cook, I want to give you a chance to make argument for what it is you would like the court to do. In the meantime, I'm going to mute Ms. Spar. We'll let her back in when it's time. Go ahead, Mr. Cook.
All right. Well, number one, I would like to say this whole ordeal with the I'm such a bad dad and how CPS has been involved in all this was clearly, and I say that again, clearly, only because Miss Spar kept my children from me after you just gave me 8 weekends in a row. I haven't had them for 8, it's going on about 9 months now. Obviously, if there was something that I've done or something how I've been acting, it would be when I'm actually around the kids. I haven't been around the kids. Therefore, this whole thing is just her ploy. I'm manipulating the system to where she's not the one in focus, to where it's turned around. Now everybody's in the court is focused on me when this had nothing to do with me. This is all this has to do with is her keeping my kids from me, to where she's twisted the whole situation to where now everybody's looking at me like I'm trying to get my parenting time back when I haven't had parenting time at all. So my argument there is just, I want to see my kids. I love my kids, but obviously Isabel, we're going to have to work on some things. But as far as Chloe's concerned, I want to see her. I want to have her here. I want my week of Christmas. I didn't get any Christmas. I haven't had nothing, as you know. I want, as far as this case goes, and after it's done and said, I also want my week with Chloe. I want my whole week with Chloe. As far as her theatrics, obviously you see she wants to act like she's crying. Her daughter acts like she's crying, and Isabel acts like she's crying. But if you look at the film, there are no tears. Anybody can go, Your Honor, I really need help. Anybody can do that. There's no tears. Therefore, they are not crying. It's all an act. Let's see here. Multiple things. She said that all of a sudden, the kids have been in counseling for 6 months. Last time we were in front of you, the kids were not in counseling. She said she's going to be taking them to the lady that she stated. I want access to all the girls' school and medical records. I'm their father. I want to be able to access. Look, she's shaking her head now. No, I want access to medical records and the schooling. She don't get to exclude me from everything. Let's see here. Oh, I don't have her phone number. She got a new phone, or she got disconnected, or whatever it is. I haven't had the phone. I can't contact the girls. I can't stop by because she wants to call the cops on me every time I stop by. So I need her phone number so I can contact Chloe. And when I call, I don't want to hear that she's not around or she can't talk, or like Isabel, like the last times when I actually did have a phone and I'd ask for Isabel after I'm done talking to Chloe. Isabel's always busy. She's in the shower. She can't talk. I don't want to hear that from Chloe. I call to talk to Chloe, which I should be able to do. I want to be able to talk to Chloe. And like I said, I don't have her phone number. I don't know if she has a phone. She's got to have a phone, but she obviously doesn't want me to have her number. I sent her an email just about a week or two ago and asked for her phone number. I said, I want the number so I can talk to my girls. She turns it around like I got some ploy or some mission or some reason why I'd want to talk to my girls other than I'm the dad. I love them. I want to talk to my girls. So she won't give me her phone number. Originally, when Isabel was in counseling, she went for a long period of time for counseling. And then all of a sudden, Jen started not liking the counselor. All of a sudden, she didn't like that counselor at all. And she's bad. And all of a sudden, stopped going to her. I don't know why. I never got to talk to the counselor myself. There's something there, and she really need to be called and asked. Like, obviously, I think she got to the point where she understood everything Isabel was saying at the beginning was coming from Jen, but after going month after month, she was finally getting to Isabel, who Isabel was, and trying to break her down a little bit. And all of a sudden, then Jen was done with that counselor. She don't want nothing to do with her. She's bad. So I never got to hear anything that counselor said. I don't sit there and swear at them and get in their face. I have no reason to. Like I said, all I have to do is say, what did I say? and that's it. And they do what they're told. Like I said, they're good kids. Besides how they've been manipulated. Let's see here. Well, just everybody's against her. Nobody knows anything. She's right on everything. Nobody's helping her. That's all how she feels and how she's looking at things when there's no issue there. And once again, I want my week of Christmas. I've never had it before. I want my week of Christmas. And she's gonna completely lose her mind just because, heaven forbid, the dad's 10 minutes away and has his daughter. I mean, that's not an outlandish request. All this time, 9 months that I haven't had them, I want that to go back on my rearages. I have rearages. I want this 9 months taken off because I have not had them. And I paid the full amount, and I've been paying part of the amount through unemployment. I'm on unemployment because this COVID thing. And I want, like I said, in the beginning, she was getting her full amount, which is almost $1,000 a month, and I don't get to see my kids. I want that taken off of rearages. I have a lot of rearages, so it shouldn't be a big deal to take this 9 months off the rearages when I haven't had my kids. So having said that, I believe that's basically what I want to say. Also, did you notice when last time we were in court and you had Chloe sitting you wanted her in a room where nobody could hear what you were saying? You recall that, where she was put in a room by herself, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Well, did you also notice when you told her that she was to be put in a room by herself, she went over and opened the window in front of you? And then you told Chloe that, Chloe, that window's open a little bit. Why don't you close that? And Chloe smirked a little bit because she knew her mom got caught. She was trying to be sneaky, put her in a room where supposedly nobody can hear when there's a window directly behind. So she tried to open it in front of you, which I thought was really stupid because she put her in that room, and then on camera you can see her opening the window. Then you have to have Chloe close the window. Not to mention the room that she was in, there's that's directly next to the entry of the house. So even though it looks like she's in the room by herself, I guarantee that door was open, and she's right by the hall, either her or her daughter. Either way, it was very easy to hear every question you asked her. Not to mention, she tried to keep the window open in front of you. I mean, if you look back at it, if you didn't notice it, she tried to keep the window open to go against what you said, a room by herself where no one can hear, and she, in front of you, opened the window. So having said that, that's basically the gist of what I needed to say.
So, Mr. Cook, I will give you one last chance after I've heard from Ms. Spar. So right now I'm going to mute you so you don't interrupt her.
Okay, one last thing, just to reiterate what I said last time, what I wanted. You asked me this time what I wanted. I also, just to reiterate, I want our order to go back to what the front of the court handbook states. I want all my holidays. I want all the summers. I want everything in that book that every other parent gets. I want it too, because I haven't had any holidays, any consideration for anything. All that matters is I pay my bill, and if not, I got a warrant out for me. That's all that front of the court has basically done for me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Spar, this is your opportunity to make argument based upon the testimony that's been presented as to what you think I should do regarding your daughter's parenting time with their father.
Okay, so I just wanted to let you know that both girls are available here. They would both like to talk to you again, and that if not, Isabel wrote down some things that she does want me to say if she is not able to talk again. But the first thing I'd like to start with is, Your Honor, I am not a liar. Everything that I have said here today is true. I have not exaggerated anything whatsoever. I have, to the best of my ability, I have tried to keep these girls safe from Mr. Cook. He is very manipulating and very convincing, I might add. And that when we were in court last time, based on his testimony, from as much as the girls could see, Chloe or Isabel had to listen basically so that she could answer you. And the first thing she said to me is, "I cannot believe, Mom, how convincing he is when lying to the judge. And now I've seen what you've gone through all these years trying to protect me because he seems as if he's done nothing." So as far as his testimony goes, I beg you, Your Honor, to please take into consideration Chloe and Isabel's testimony. I beg you, Your Honor, to please keep my children safe from harm. I am telling you that my children are not safe in Carl's care. There have been a lot of things we haven't been able to say. There's been a lot of things the kids haven't been able to tell you. And as far as him saying that I twisted anything, I'm an honest person. I have twisted nothing to my advantage. I get no advantage out of this. The only advantage I get is the peace of mind that you are going to be fair with the girls and keep them safe. I've not twisted anything I've said. And Your Honor, as far as him telling me that he has not been able to contact Chloe, I've never called the cops on Mr. Cook. The one person that did call the cops on him was Isabel's counselor, Sarah. She admitted to me that she felt it was important to call the police based on what Isabel had told her in counseling, that she felt that he was dangerous, and that's why she called the cops and sent them to my house to get a police report. So that's that, or she called protective services, and a police report was filed. So that's as far as that particular situation went. That was not me that called the police. That was Isabel's counselor at the time. And Isabel was not in trauma therapy when we testified last time. She was not going to trauma therapy. She is seeing a counselor, but she's not seeing a trauma therapist, which is what Ashley Plum signed the children up for, is trauma therapy. So if they had not been facing trauma, she would not have recommended or paid for trauma therapy. Protective Services had me sign a form stating that they were going to pay for the children to have trauma therapy based on their experiences with their father and what they had been through. So if that was not a reason, then they wouldn't be going to start trauma therapy. I have called Ashley Plum on 2 occasions to make sure that everything was following through. I've called Shannon Lauder's office. I have everything all set up. I was not contacted by them, so I did contact them again. So hopefully that will start soon. I have videos, Your Honor, that I can show you here today. Carl was present in these videos, so he knows what was there. And I did send these videos to his phone. And then about the child support, that has nothing to do with today's case, but Your Honor, he was asking you to reimburse child support during the time that he has not had the children. And I don't know if he knows what the rules and regulations are, but child support is not based on whether or not you see your children. Child support is based on whether or not it's based on, it provides care for these children that are his. And I might also add that I've sent in several receipts to Carl. He's supposed to pay 79% of medical care for Isabel, and $265 a month has to go to Isabel's braces because she was premature and she has a deformed mouth, and I never have gotten a dime of that. So as far as, and he was stating that that unemployment was paying me $1,000 a month, and that is incorrect. I was getting $300 twice a month, and that was coming from unemployment for Carl. And that, so it wasn't anything he paid. It was what the state has paid as far as that goes. And it wasn't $1,000. It was $300 every 2 weeks, which I'm grateful to get because he hadn't paid since December. And this started the end of April. So I went all that time period. Now I'm only getting $149 every 2 weeks. And he says that he's not working and he's claiming unemployment. But I don't believe that's the case because he did tell Chloe several times when he was here at the window that he had just gotten off of work. So if he had just gotten off of work and you were claiming child support or claiming unemployment, then that doesn't match up. I've never called the cops on him. And where has he been for 3 months? He said that he doesn't have my phone number, and that's on purpose. I am not going to give him my phone number. I have sent Mr. Cook several options on how to contact Chloe and Isabel. I have given him all of Chloe's contact information. I have proof that I have done that on her phone, on her device, the information I sent to him. And I also gave him several forms of free contact. They can FaceTime each other. He can use his mom's phone to call me because I have an iPhone. I still use my iPhone. I can still use it with the same contact information. I just can't call out on it. He can still FaceTime me. So he has several options. He could call my mom and say, hey, could you have Jen bring the kids, or could you tell her I'd like to talk to the kids? But not one time in 3 months has he even tried to contact until a week ago when we all got the information that we were going to be going back to court. He sent a message and I sent a message back to him. Check your phone. Her information was sent to you. And these are the different ways in which you can call Chloe's device for free. But I did mention to him, she does not want to even see him or talk to him. And this is from Chloe's own words. Like I said, they would both like to talk to you again. And as far as him saying that he does not get in their face and does not yell at them, that is a total lie. A total lie. Where is his mother today? Because his mother witnessed him an inch away from Isabel's face. His mother was so scared when he was yelling in Isabel's face that she was afraid for her own life and tried to get into the car and leave. And Isabel told her, you're not leaving us here. She never asked to stay there. She told Carl plain and simple to his face, you are not taking Chloe by yourself. She's not an aggressive child. She's a well-behaved child. She would never lie. She would never make false accusations against anyone, Your Honor. Never. She is in real fear for Chloe's life. Chloe is in real fear of him. The things that he have done to these children, I don't care if Protective Services thinks those things are not under their category for verbal or physical abuse. But as far as my children are concerned, this is abuse on them. He has violated. And, you know, as far as the person goes, Your Honor, I've mentioned before in court, narcissistic behavioral personality is a very dangerous situation. They try to say everything that they have done. They blame you for what they have done. This is a very distinct characteristic of narcissistic behavioral disorder. Carl is extremely narcissistic, and coming along with being extremely narcissistic, they're very manipulating, and they are pathological liars. He is a pathological liar, but claims that I am one. I am a Christian. I love God with all my heart. I did have tears in my eyes. When Ashley left the first day that she was here, Your Honor, we talked to Ashley for 3 hours. 3 hours. And our eyes were so red after talking to her. She hugged us during COVID and said she was sorry for everything we had gone through and she was going to do her best to help us. Okay, and as far as Carl said that the child support. Oh, I forgot to say these things about his child support. Number one, you ordered him to go to anger management, and he never did. That was a court order that he disobeyed. He never took his anger management classes. And you put a warrant out to Cook back in, I believe it was in February, and he was to pay a certain portion on that warrant in order for that warrant to be dropped. And Mr. Cook called the officer that was at the front of the court, and he talked him into dropping the warrant. When I called the friend of the court to find out why the warrant had been dropped, the police officer told me that Mr. Cook had called him and explained that they had started taking child support out of his income, and so that they dropped it. And I said, well, what about this, they gave him a certain amount of money that he had to pay to have that warrant dropped. I believe it was $3,800 that he had to pay to get that warrant dropped. And I asked him about that. And he said, well, when the warrant's dropped, that amount of money that he has to pay is also dropped. So why did that get dropped? Because from what I understand, there's only 3 ways to get rid of a warrant. You go before the judge, you go to jail, or you pay the warrant. So I don't know how that got slipped under the rug, but I'm begging you today, to please, I beg you, please listen to me. Please listen to my children. Everything I've said to you today is honest. These things have happened to us, and I am in fear. And my mother has not been able to testify again today on the things that she has heard, and the things that she knows. And she would like to also do that today. But as far as my children are concerned, Your Honor, I ask that you please reach into your heart and please take the safety of the girls to heart. Please make a decision that is based on their safety and what they want. Please, I'm asking you, I'm begging you, look at all of the information, please. And please allow them to talk to you in response to what has been said from what they could hear. As far as what Ashley had said in the beginning before they had to leave the room, please give them another chance. And Your Honor, Isabel would like to talk to you without her father listening because she's very intimidated when he's listening. She would like to talk to you in private where he cannot hear you. So please allow her to do that. And I beg you, please be fair to the children today. I'm not afraid of going to jail, Your Honor. If I have to do that to keep them safe, I will. But I can tell you that neither one of the children are going to get in the car with him again. They will not. So please look at Chloe's testimony. Please look at Isabel's testimony. Oh, and as far as the window being opened, there was a towel in that window over there. And when I pulled the towel out of the window did not get shut. And you can see that if you can see that far back. We could hear Chloe through the window, though. We could hear her even with the window closed. This room echoes, and we could hear what she was saying. She didn't know this, but we could hear what she was saying. So I beg you, please listen to the testimony that my mom has in reference to this and the last time we were in court. And I beg you, please get the last words from my children.
I'm done taking testimony, but I am going to give Mr. Cook a chance to reply, and then I will tell you what I'm going to do. Go ahead, Mr. Cook.
All right, Your Honor. Number one, she's the true narcissist. She wants to call me a narcissist every time she ever talks to me or ever refers to me. She's the one who's lying and manipulative and nothing's ever her fault. And anyways, I'm not going to go into that, but she's the true narcissist. I don't have her phone number. She acts like I don't have Chloe's phone number. I don't know if Chloe's got a phone now or she just uses her tablet. I don't know, but supposedly there's all these kinds of ways to contact her. I wanted Chloe to have, I set it up on my end, kids messenger. For some reason, Jen never would go for that. It's a simple app. I could have talked to her. Everything would have been fine. But no, she will never do that. Won't let her have kids messenger. I never called friend of the court to get any warrant dropped. I'm sure they don't even do that unless you pay the bill. Like she said, you got to pay the bill or you're going to jail. Well, guess what? I didn't call anybody. They got enough money and they dropped the warrant.
Mr. Cook, let me stop you. Let me stop you for just a minute. This kids messenger.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of that. What is your understanding of what that is?
It's just another app off Google Play that it's just like Messenger, but it says Kids Messenger, and it's tailored around kids, and it has some kind of parental supervision with it too, where people can't just send messages to a kid unless the parent has an okayed that person type thing. You know, it's just a quick, easy little app, just like Messenger, no different, except it's tailored for kids and it's a little more protected for kids. Other than that, it's the same thing.
Is that something you load on your computer and
on your phone? Yeah, it's just a phone you can download off on your phone. I mean, it's an app you can download on your phone.
It can be a phone app, and it can also be a computer app, so that if the child doesn't have a phone, you can use your phone to message with the child.
I believe
on
so.
A computer.
I believe so, as long as you can download the app. It's just a basic app, Google app.
All right,
I haven't tried to put it on a computer, but I'm pretty sure you can put it on like a tablet or something, and she could. That way I could contact her. I haven't even been able to contact my daughters or even Chloe in the last probably at least last 4 months. I have no talking to them, nothing. I can't stop by because she'll call the cops. And then in her statement, she said she never called the cops. How many times has she told you that she called the cops? She's told you multiple times that she's called the cops. And now in her statement, I never called the cops on him. Yeah, right. She's told you multiple times she's called the cops on me. So that just once again, she don't even know when she's lying. She lies and lies and lies. I don't know if there was a question or if there's anything else that I was.
Anything else that you wanted to address?
One other thing, I do have a witness as well as if to speak on how Jen is, how she acts, what she does, how she keeps the kids from me. She's my witness is also my friend that I bring that drives me over and has who I pick up the kids with. Now she thinks she can tell me that I can't have a girlfriend. I can't have the kids around her, around any girls. She is the ultimate supreme being, and she dictates if anybody can be around her. If she doesn't like somebody, my kids are not allowed around her. If it's another female, they are not allowed around another female at all for any reason. And I would like you to ask her that if she minds my kids being around any females, because she will not allow it. And when I go to pick up the girls next time, she's going to throw an issue about that too. So that's probably after you make your determination, she's just going to go right back against what you said, not listen to what you said, and state she doesn't have to follow what you said because there's a girl in my car. Like she's done multiple times. So I would like to ask her, do you mind if you have a problem with his girlfriend being around? Because she thinks she can tell me I can't have a girlfriend and I can't be around because she can't have a significant other because of her faith, because she committed adultery. In her faith, she's not allowed to have anybody anymore if she wants to be in that religion. So that's basically it.
All right. Well, I've made clear to both of you that I'm not taking any more testimony. I've got enough information that I can make a ruling. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to mute both of you because I don't want you speaking out or interrupting me. So this has been a very, very troublesome case for the court. You folks have been back in front of me so many times. The conflict, the tension is incredible. I've tried to get some insight. It's very hard to know at what point which parent is telling the truth, which one is exaggerating the truth. So I've tried very hard to listen to you both carefully, to hear what you have to say, and to evaluate the facts that have been presented to me. So one of the things I did to try to cut through all the emotion that I hear whenever the two of you are in front of me was I appointed a lawyer guardian ad litem. I believe it was Mr. Hotchkiss. Give me just a moment to pull his report. Yes, Mr. Hotchkiss. And then because I was hearing such starkly differing versions of the most recent event, I adjourned the proceedings so that I could hear directly from the CPS investigator who was called upon to investigate this incident. And both Mr. Hotchkiss, whose judgment I value very highly, and Ms. Plum have concluded that Mr. Cook is not a danger to his children. That I've seen over and over again what I believe to be absolutely true. Mr. Cook dearly loves his children. If that were the case, he'd have given up a long time ago, given the many, many obstacles that Ms. Spar has thrown in the way over the years, trying to interfere with Mr. Cook having a reasonable parental relationship with his children. And frankly, what I'm seeing is direct parental alienation by Ms. Spar. She is instilling fear in her children. She is telling them things that they should never need to hear. She is instilling fear in them. And she's done damage as a result of that. Kids don't need to hear one parent trashing the other. And Mr. Cook, you're guilty of that. You're guilty of trashing their mother to them. She's guilty of trashing you to them. All it does is create harm. And it's been successful. Isabel has been as alienated as I've seen a child become, and Chloe's rapidly on the way to being that herself. It's just plainly wrong. So how do we fix it at this point? Clearly, these girls have been alienated against Mr. Cook. They believe that he's a danger to them, but they don't believe that based on truth. They believe that based upon all of the fear that their mother has instilled in them. I don't doubt that Mr. Cook loses his cool on occasion and raises his voice, but he's not a danger to either one of these children. He never has been. He never will be. The danger is what mom is doing. Ma'am, if you unmute your phone again, I am going to kick you out of this hearing. Do not do it. Is that clear? So how do we get off this point and get to some semblance of a reasonable parenting time schedule and a reasonable relationship for Mr. Cook with his children? What I want to do referral to the healing place to Dr. Shannon Louder, absolutely, I wanted it followed up on. I want counseling set up for both of the girls through Dr. Louder's office. The next thing we're going to do is I'm going to schedule, and Mr. Cook, you're not going to like this, but give it time. There's a goal in mind. I am going to order that a healing place supervise a couple of visits. I want them to see what I believe to be the case, that these girls have no reason to fear you other than what mom has put into their heads. And she's been hard at work doing that. Every chance she gets, she poisons these girls towards you, Mr. Cook, every time. So the first step we're going to do, I want there to be 2 supervised visits with each daughter separately. I do not want them together. They need to be separately. After those 2 visits, I want the parenting time supervisor at a healing place to give the court a report as to how those visits went. I also want the girls immediately enrolled in counseling through whoever it is Dr. Louder assigns from the healing place so that they can start that process. I want the person who's doing doing the therapy to involve both parents at a time and under such circumstances as the therapist sees fit. I'm going to let that be driven by the therapist. There is a cost associated with the parenting time visit. I'm ordering that the parents have to split that cost because there is blame on both sides for why we got to where we are. And I think that burden should be shared. After 2 visits, I want a report from the parenting time supervisor as to how those visits went. And that will guide my decision going forward. As soon as I have that report, and I want those visits to continue until such time as I issue a new order, but I want a report after 2 visits. It's going to take some time for that report to get to me. It's going to take some time for me to act upon that report. But my goal, Mr. Cook, is to get your girls both, and I realize it's going to be a lot harder task with Isabel than it is going to be with Chloe. I want to get them both to a point where they're willingly coming to visits. And one of the things I'm going to direct the therapist to address with both is to evaluate the extent to which there's been parental alienation in this case. Once I get through this, so that we're at a situation where there simply is no reasonable basis for any fear on the part of either one of these children, I anticipate going to a far more regular parenting time schedule. Part of the problem here is the extent to which these girls have been withheld from Mr. Cook. And while they're being withheld, they're being fed lies by their mother, exaggerations, just over the top, outright parental alienation. So I am going to get busy to write this order. As soon as you get the order, Ms. Spar, I expect you to act on it. The other thing I'm going to order immediately is, Ms. Spar, you are going to research and you're going to install either on your computer or on a phone this Kids Messenger app so that Mr. Cook has a way of talking to both of his daughters. That's going to be in my order. You will get all of this in a written opinion, or a written order rather, and it will be coming out within the next couple of days as soon as I can get it out. I'm going to warn you, Ms. Spar, at the point at which I order whatever the parenting time is, whether it's a supervised visit, whether it's an unsupervised visit, each time the child doesn't go to that visit is going to cost you a day in jail. Each time the child doesn't go to a visit is going to cost you a day in jail. And I'm going to stand behind that. And make sure your girls know if they're telling you, no, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. Honey, if you don't go, mama's going to have to go to jail. You make sure they know that, because it's going to happen. All right. That concludes our hearing. You'll be getting a written order. Mr. Cook, can you?
Yeah.
Unmute. Okay, one more hearing, but I just looked and it's like 20 minutes. And look, she dyed her hair red. 20 minutes and we're done. And this is where Dad freaks out. So this is about a month after this last hearing, after everything the judge just ordered, which was basically against her wishes for the most part. Here you go. Oh, where's the play button? The play button disappeared. There it is. There we go.
All right, it's working now. Okay, we are here on an order that I issued for Ms. Spar to appear and show cause for violation of this court's order. That order was prompted as a result of a letter I received from Jennifer Kaufman, it looks like. A little hard to read her name on the page. Dated February 1st. A copy of that should have been attached to the order to show cause. Did you both receive that?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
So, Ms. Spar, if what she's telling me is true, it would appear to me that you are in violation of the court order that I entered back after the last time you folks were in front of me. Do you acknowledge that you have not made your children available for parenting time through observed parenting time and have not arranged for counseling?
I have done everything that the order told me to do. I have proof of all the phone calls on my phone. I have the recordings of all the phone calls in which I did make to the healing place. There was a problem in the
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Before I go into great detail, Mr. Cook, have you seen your children?
No, I have not. And she has refused to set up Kids Messenger, just like you ordered her to.
We have it set up through Isabel's
Sure you do.
Messenger, but his phone has us blocked, so he cannot dial Isabel's Messenger.
Why haven't you emailed me? I emailed you. That's how we always talk. Why haven't you emailed?
I sent a message
Don't give
to
me
your
more lies. I'm so sick of hearing lies.
Hold on, Mr. Cook.
I can't take any more lies, Your Honor. She lied blatantly to this Jennifer Kaufman. She has in her papers that she lied.
Mr. Cook, we are here today for me to deal with that. Give me a chance, please. Don't talk over me. Let me speak. When I want to hear from you, I will ask you. That goes for both of you. So, I'm going to try to get Ms. Kaufman on the phone right now. Oh, I've got to get IT to fix this. This is ridiculous.
You have reached the confidential voicemail of Dr. Shannon Louder with a Healing Place. Please leave a message and I will return your call as soon as possible. If you have not heard back from me within 48 hours,
Your Honor, I have a recording of the conversation that I had with Jennifer Kaufman, if you'd like to listen to it.
What is the date of the recording?
It was on January the 30th. And I also talked with Shannon Louder, and I have all of my phone records of all the times that I called the healing place. And when I talked to the healing place yesterday, I recorded the phone conversation that I had with Courtney, where she says, yes, you are in the computer. Yes, you have called. Yes, you have registered these children. But there was an issue with the order. The order does not say anything about OPT. So when I was calling the healing place and telling them what my order said, they kept saying to me, we understand that what you need to do, but you have to understand that there is a waiting list. Well, the order doesn't say OPT, so I wasn't asking for OPT. Apparently, these are two different businesses. So when I talked to Shannon Louder last night, she said, I recorded the message that I had with her yesterday. She said, I can see how things got confused. Your order does not say that you have to call OPT. Your order just says that you are to call the healing place, which was what I was doing. I did not realize they're two different businesses. So when I was calling the healing place, there was a misunderstanding. Well, thankfully, I recorded my conversations to prove what was said. I recorded my conversation with Jennifer Kaufman. She asked me on the phone, she said, are you refusing his supervised parenting time? And I said, no, I am not. And I have a recording of that. And she said to me, she said, would you, because she wanted to, I thought it was an odd conversation because she called me at night on a Saturday. So I didn't think it was her. So I was trying to determine whether or not this was a spoof call, because I have been spoofed before. So I was asking her some questions. I didn't want to give out personal information to somebody I didn't know. The number didn't come up as the healing place. It came up as a personal cell phone number, and it was at nighttime on the weekend. So I didn't think it was real. So I said to her, I said, before I make this appointment, I would like you to have Shannon Louder call me. And she said, okay, I will. Well, Shannon Louder never called me. So I'm thinking to myself, well, that was a fake phone call. Somebody tried to spoof me and get information. So when I talked to Shannon Louder, I said, Shannon, and I recorded it. I said, didn't Jennifer Kaufman tell you to call me? And she said, no, she did not. And I said, well, I had the phone conversation. I recorded it. I said, do you want me to send it to you? It specifically says that I didn't want to give out any information. It was a Saturday. It didn't seem like a professional phone conversation. And I said, so I just brushed it off as, because I had already been talking with the healing place. I've got on my phone, I can give you the dates that I talked to them. I talked with them on.
Hold on a minute. I've been reading Ms. Kaufman's letter and trying to make sense of what you're telling me in light of what her letter says.
Okay. I can play the conversation for you if you want.
Hold on a minute. How many times did you talk to her?
Twice.
On what days?
The first time I talked to her was Saturday, January the 30th. And the second time I talked to her was yesterday after I talked to Shannon Louder. But I called the original time. I'm sorry. The first time I called.
Hold on. In her letter, she says she spoke with you on January 31st. I guess whether it was the 30th or 31st is not of great consequence to me, but she relates an actual conversation with you in which she says Jennifer was abrasive, recorded the call, continued to record the call after being told not to do so. Jennifer stated, in-person visits are not going to happen in the middle of a pandemic.
No.
Jennifer was notified there's case law that prevents her from keeping the children from Carl, and she needed to follow the court order. Jennifer was asked several times what her availability was to start visits, And each time she became agitated and denied parenting time to Carl. Jennifer stated, I was told I would not have to be in person and none of the visits would be in person.
And yes, that is what I
You-
was told. That is what I was told from the healing place, but there was a discrepancy, Your Honor. They did not, when I was reading the order to them and calling the healing place, they misunderstood what was to happen. They were thinking every time I was calling the healing place, and I didn't know either. I didn't know I had to ask for something that's called OPT because it's not here. So every time I was calling the healing place and talking to them and leaving, I did leave 2 messages with Shannon Lauder. There was a misunderstanding. Shannon told me last night on the phone, she said, after you just read the order to me, I could see how it could be misunderstood. And no, I did not deny. I specifically told Jennifer Kaufman, I said, she asked me, are you denying his parenting time? And I said, no, not at all. She said, do you want me to call the judge? And I said, no, I'm not. I just want to make sure that this is a real situation. Please have Shannon Lauder call me. And when me and Shannon Lauder talked last night, I recorded the phone conversation between me and Shannon. I said, did she ask you? And she said, no, she didn't.
Do you have that recording of your
Yes.
conversation with Shannon Lauder?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I want you to play it for me now.
Yeah. The Shannon Lauder, it's 30 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. You want me to play it?
We probably won't listen to the whole thing, but I do definitely want to hear what that conversation said. Go ahead.
Okay. Would you like to listen to Jennifer Kaufman's first?
I want to hear, if I can
Jennifer
hear.
Kaufman's is only a couple minutes.
Please.
Okay.
If I can hear Dr. Lauder's, that may be sufficient. If I need to hear the other one, I'll ask you to play that as well. Play me, please, Dr. Lauder's.
Okay, I can send it to you if you want. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I will. I have a question for you. The court Chloe, I need to go get my speaker because it's going to be hard to hear. Can you hear it? Contact information. He didn't know.
I can hear it.
Didn't know what CAL was. I don't either. It's a guardian ad litem. It's an attorney for the children. Did Judge Bushman appoint an attorney for the kids? Not this. No, not that I. Oh. Hold on. Know of? But it's in the order. I don't have it now because I gave it to Jennifer. You know, when I signed it, they put all the paperwork in their box. But hold on. Let me get the order. Said something about. Well. Hold on, let me get the order and I will see what you're talking about because I don't know what you're saying. Hold on. Are you talking about the order that was wrote on hold on. 1 second here. Yeah, 1/11 of 21. Okay, let me see if I can figure out what's going on. Oh, sure. Just a second. It says I don't see anything in here. You want me to just read it to you? Sure. Okay. So it says, it is further ordered that Chloe and Isabel are immediately referred to the healing place for evaluation and therapy by a therapist chosen by Dr. Shannon Lauder. The therapist may either or both parents in each child's therapy as the therapist. Sorry, my phone is so overloaded. It stops occasionally. It's rebuffing itself. I just don't have any space left on it, so it's rebuffing itself.
Everyone say hi to the fabulous Ben Bateman.
Hello, everyone.
Let me try to switch the Wi-Fi on this phone and see if I can. If I log into the other Wi-Fi, it'll come up better. We have two Wi-Fis, one for our house and one for the girls' Chloe's tablet, because we don't have very good Wi-Fi. So it just depends on what room you're in.
We started at 1 p.m.
different Wi-Fi, and let me pull the video back up and see if it'll play where it was at.
So does everyone hate this lady by now, or what?
At minimum, any fear either child may have about visiting their father, and any parental alienation that may have occurred by either parent. It is further ordered that supervised.
Hold on, Your Honor. Chloe?
I can hear it. I can hear it.
Here, you have to stay out of here. The judge ordered that you stay out of here.
Oh, she's in the wrong
to go upstairs.
I was giving you the stress ball.
Thank you for the stress ball. That was very kind. But you have to stay upstairs. Thank you.
Did I just do something?
No.
Sorry.
I edited out the kid in so many places and I missed one or two.
At the cost to be shared equally with both parents.
I apologize, you guys. The kid popped up again.
Further ordered. But after 2 visits, the supervisor shall report to the court separately for each child any significant observations from the visit and whether it would be appropriate for supervised parenting time to resume. Following receipt of the reports, the court will issue an order concerning the resumption and unsupervised parenting time. Any failure of the mother to make either child available for parenting time will result for a day in jail. That the mother shall install Kids Messenger on a device that is readily accessible.
Okay, she's literally just reading the last order that he submitted. This 20-minute phone call.
That the mother shall provide the father with a.
All right, I think you guys are okay if I fast forward it just a little bit. Wait, there he's talking.
But it's not a form of therapy. It's separate from therapy. It's a supervised person that goes.
Ma'am, I know all of that. Okay, I know all of that. But apparently you didn't, and now you do. I appreciate that. So, back to my question: what was your last communication with Observed Parenting Time about setting up visits for Mr. Cook?
They go today at 3:30.
Mr. Cook, are you aware of that? I'm going to unmute you.
Yeah, I am aware of that. She, ran around frantic and make sure after she disobeyed all your direct orders, then she finally said yes. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so there is a visit scheduled for today.
Yes, there is.
All right. The next question, Ms. Spar, is counseling set up?
Yes, that was set up. I called them way back in November, and I've been
lying.
Hold on.
I cannot take any more lies.
Stop.
I have the video that when
where'd he go?
I don't want a video, ma'am. Listen to my very specific question.
They are set up for counseling. Yes.
Okay. When?
They start their counseling on Monday, and Eric apologized to me yesterday and said.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. I want you to go forward and start these visits and start the counseling. I will reserve any potential penalty for what's happened. I do see that there was confusion. I get that, and I see why. I will do my best to try to find out why we've got these 2 different phone numbers, and let's go with the visits. I'm going to withhold any kind of judgment on the contempt of court.
Your Honor, can I please say something before you hang up on me?
Oh dear.
You shouldn't.
Yes,
Don't
go
do
ahead.
it. Don't.
Okay, there was no confusion. Number one, they completely told me that she has not called here. I called there. I didn't say no PTO anything. I had to talk to 2 different counselors. There's 2 different sections, yes. But when you call there, you got to talk to both sections. You don't get to just talk to one, and when you call, you get
gosh.
routed right in. It's all a complete lie. You once again are enabling her and letting her get away with it. There's no point to any of this.
Don't tell us to don't
Your
say that to
Honor,
the judge.
I have been
All right,
that friend of the. You get
Mr. Cook, I hear you.
I've been in front of the
I
court
appreciate-
54 times. You have done nothing for me. Nothing. This is absolutely worthless. 54 times. She's been in contempt 2 or 3.
As I indicated, wow.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yep.
That's good. Have explosive rage.
He is a
in your
violent
custody
temper. This is
battle.
what he does to his kids when
Couldn't have
his
done
kids
that.
do not agree with every
All
word
right,
that
ma'am, I'm not going to hold you in contempt today.
you.
I am concerned about some of the things that the person you did speak with reported that you said. I'm going to hold off on doing anything about that. The main thing is I want the visits to start. I'm glad to see that they're starting today. I want them to continue. I think clearly now OPT and Healing Place understand what their task is. You need to follow through with this counseling, and we'll see where this leads. I expect full cooperation from both of you.
Okay,
That concludes our hearing.
thank you.
So, Mr. Cook,
I'm just telling you, Your Honor, you gave her what she wanted. Exactly. Me having parenting time when I did nothing, especially.
all right, Mr. Cook, I brought you back in because I wanted to say something to you. I watched your display of temper, sir. I saw you hit that computer screen with your fist. I am very concerned about that. We will see how this counseling and parenting time goes. And I'll decide at a future date whether or not there will be any further consequences. That concludes our hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Since this time, which was February of 2021,
Okay, so we got
and there
2
should
years.
be text scrolling up the screen, and there's not. There has been no additional hearings, but I will tell you about it because my text is not scrolling up the screens. See, I knew I'd screw something up. There have been no additional hearings. However, there have been a couple orders by the court regarding failure to pay child support, and recently in the fall, there was a bench warrant issued for dad's arrest.
So the dad was ordered to pay child support? Yeah, oh gosh.
Well, he wanted his child support reduced because he wasn't getting his
visitation.
Yeah, and it's not like you pay to visit your kids. So
Right. No, and that's one of the things too, yeah, that when I did family law for about a minute a long time ago, yeah, that's one of the things they always tell you. Don't punish the kids just because, yeah, the deadbeat isn't paying. They still get their visitation. And
this whole thing was a poop show.
I mean, that's why you just don't talk when the judges.
This whole thing was them talking over the judge. The judge, if you get a chance, watch the trailer. It's 3 minutes and it's a good summary. Like, this is about like a tiny little slice of what happens over the course of what has it been, like 5 hours? 5 hours nonstop of this going back and forth.
Yeah, give me criminals, please.
Yeah.
Can't deal with crazy family law.
Watch it again. So what have you been up to, Ben?
Oh, I have been up to today. Went to the store. The good thing is I did not kill my teenage son today, so that's a feather in my cap, I'd say.
Good. Well, at the end of every day, I stop and I think about that. There's something about teenagers that kind of.
Yeah, probably would have been on a little earlier. No, I got to get some stuff done too, but yeah, for some reason, my teenager just, I don't know, not getting it today, but.
They find those buttons and they just hold it down. It's like hearing Mrs. Spears' bar talk nonstop. It's like enough. And they don't know when to quit. That's the issue.
Yeah, there's an issue, and he's just not getting it. So
yeah. So you got anything good coming up? Yeah.
What just happened? Oh.
Well, I don't know. You're like flickering in and out.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm on my phone. I didn't have my.
Teenagers got a teenage.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm on my phone. I don't have my laptop with me here.
Do not hit the computer. So.
Yes, I'm on my phone.
I have challenged Mr. Bateman to a Vegas, Florida showdown on whose people are the worst people. Because, I've got my Florida man. And lately, there's been some crazy Vegas stuff in the news. So,
well, we're trying to catch up. We don't want to be second fiddle to anyone, especially not Florida. So, yeah.
So what do you guys think of a Vegas, Florida showdown with some trivia to follow?
As to who's crazier.
As long as she's not in there.
Was she from Florida?
She's actually from Michigan.
Yes, I could hear the
Ohio winds.
No, we got
Vegas family court will beat Florida any day.
Well, yes. Hopefully that our Nevada judges wins their case. Yeah, the family court here is really, really, really trying to keep them out. They do not want the public to see what goes on. Kim is doing fine as far as I know. He's got his hearing coming up on the 23rd, I think, of February. His preliminary hearing. So that should be fun.
I can't believe I actually put a stream together with all of that in it, but I greatly appreciate you all.
Leather and Latches, you were there 5.5 hours? That's dedication.
Yeah.
Commitment.
Like I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys because Mama's got to pay the bills. There's not enough room in the minivan for a litter box. So I love you guys for sticking it out with me, and it hurts your brain a little bit, but it was a little entertaining. So I really do appreciate you. Penny, do you want to say bye to Penny? Penny, they want to say bye to you. Come on.
Okay, bye,
Come
Penny.
on. Come on. Oh. Hey, tell everybody bye.
Bye, Penny.
Say, I ate chapstick. I'm a monster. I'm a monster. Yes, I am. Mike stopped by to
Oh yeah?
Send us in. You send someone off. What do you do when you go in?
What do you
bring
do?
You in.
Go in.
Bring you
in.
to bring us in.
Don't ask.
In style.
They're a bunch of teenage, Speaking
or
of
something like that. I don't know.
Don't ask.
Too old for this.
Don't ask those questions.
Do you guys think Ben needs a gnome? Did you see the Biggin family gnomes?
No, I did not see the Biggin family gnome.
So this is the Biggin gnome. I got to figure out where my camera is because I rearranged everything.
Uh-huh.
So it's got his little wildlife, crazy Georgia stuff, the Biggin gnome. So Ben's got a beard, so maybe Ben needs a gnome. So maybe we need to do a little Las Vegas gnome.
Perhaps, yes, I would be honored.
Yeah, and we got to make Ben a sign. So maybe one day I will make Ben a sign soon. He wants the Vegas skyline so I can record it and show you guys how I make the skyline. Yes, Ben gnome. Ben needs a gnome.
There you go.
Ben needs a gnome because I don't have enough gnomes on my shelf.
Yeah, you always need one more.
Texas thruple. I don't even want to know what Texas thruple is.
Yeah, I could say, don't ask.
There's some things in life you just don't have enough brain power for. So, do you have any interesting cases coming up or anything?
Well, I did get one. I got one resolved, fortunately. I actually got two resolved this last week that were set for trial, which was good because there's no way I could do all that. But then the one that I think, like the end of this month, that I thought was like the easiest one that I thought I'd be able to get resolved, looks like that one is headed for a showdown. Unfortunately, at the beginning of the year, the district attorney changed whatever, they rearranged whatever their assignments. So now I got a new prosecutor who's just burr under my saddle. I'll say that. So
Does it make you want to move to Florida?
Uh,
Little humidity in your life?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm from Texas originally. I'm familiar with somewhat
Oh yeah, you got some
humidity.
humidity.
Although, no, I'm a wimp. I tell you, I went a long time ago. After I'd been here, lived here about 7-8 years. I traveled. I traveled to Vietnam, and oh my goodness, it was in August, and I about died. I think even
Like
Florida
ridiculous hot?
yes, like humid, like it was just insane.
Now I talk
It was
about
insane.
Vegas like that. Like that one time I went to Vegas and it was like 110 and I passed out like in
The
front of
dry
the
heat.
store.
The dry heat.
Seriously passed out dead cold from the heat. All these people are all gathered around me like I'm some kind of attraction on the strip. Like, hi. Yeah, no,
You should
just
put a hat
because
out,
here.
me and your see the woman who passed out. You
Yeah,
really out in front of the store?
Yeah. And then we went and got a buffet and it was all better. That's all it takes. Hey, y'all, I put a link to Ben's channel in the chat. Please take a moment and go give him a like
Yes.
and a subscribe. He's going to get on a little bit more often. He's been tied up, but he puts some really cool stuff on. Way different
Yes.
than my, dry humor. He's way funnier than me and a lot more fun.
I don't know about that, but I do what I can.
Well, I heard that
people are sticking it out after. I've never done a.
Yeah, me neither. That'd be kind of scary. We shouldn't do that. So apparently, Law Talk with Mike, couldn't sit around and wait for us to get done because, we're so close to being done. You froze mid-sentence.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm on my phone here because I say my camera,
It's
my
all
laptop
good.
is at home.
So Mike had to go and steal, half our peeps here. So I guess we should mosey on over and
All right, we'll
see
say
what kind of
goodbye.
drama he's got. All right, everybody, you have a wonderful night. Thanks for sticking it out with me. It's been fun. It's been crazy. It's been dramatic, and it probably should have been a Lifetime movie special. Good night.